What's up, everybody? How are you doing? Sorry, I'm a little late. Hold on, I got something playing in my ear. I was like, "No, not again, not again." Just got all my sound stuff squared away, I think. Let me know if I don't. Ugh, what's up? Right? Don't you love getting old? Don't you love getting old? Yes, I did. I actually heard that for myself. I was like, "Oh, okay." Um, and actually, I wasn't planning on sharing this because I didn't know it existed, but that's how I work. I share what I have. I know it doesn't make sense to everybody, but it makes sense to this channel, to my research, to those who follow it. And if you can, I know it's crazy, but it's so validating to hear allegedly innocent. It's a channel name, allegedly innocent. Welcome in, welcome in. Come on. Hey, Salty. I actually watched your live with Joe from like 8 days ago. Look, I've really only watched up and I don't even know. I've lost track because everybody's everywhere. But I just appreciate your swift. You remind me of being raised in like a militant or like a drill sergeant type. Just tough love. And I'm tough love for the most part. Not tough like you. And, and I love it because you really do care. You care about the people you let around you, and I think right? Right. We can never be sure. I mean, everybody isn't for everybody. And I mean, sometimes I look at things like, it's a season or, just enjoy them while you're there. We're crossing paths right now, so hey, hi, welcome in, Um, it is what it is. People outgrow each other all the time. People do stupid things. I've done my share. Trust me, I've done my share. Oh my god. Did I ever tell y'all? Well, some of y'all know, but back in the day, I used to think I was a social butterfly, and that's when I would drink. I was a drinker and or more of a like, just going out, partying, whatever. Yeah. Well, one night, and this is embarrassing. It's so embarrassing, but it's true, and it's one of the experiences that helped obviously stick in my mind, and it helped to mold me who I am today. But, wait, to each their own. But, I was at a bar and I remember Larry, like, I was sitting on the bar, so there's that. Okay, we got over that part, okay, and Larry walks in and I'm like, "What are you doing here?" And then I remember waking up at their house the next morning and I was like, "Oh, shit." Like, no, 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 no. So anyways, he came pick me up, and thank God, right? But, I kick my own ass enough before anybody else can, and that's just kinda how I've always been, so I don't know. What you can have what's left of it. I usually do a good job kicking it myself, but I don't know. I just have had experiences like that. I've done stupid things, and I'm gonna continue doing stupid things. Hopefully not on purpose. It's never, like, intentional, but I still don't know how I feel about things. I think I'm okay, because 'cause I'm doing all the hindsight, I'm looking back and I'm just like, "Okay, so during this time, what was going on? Who was do is this why Megan came around? Was she my handler? Was she the one putting ropes on like, boundaries on me or keeping tabs on me? Was she put up to do that? Is she still Mormon?" I mean, I've got all kinds of questions now. And I mean, it doesn't matter. Just be you. That's all that's who I am. That's why I don't have to worry about who I was to Joe Blow or you get what I'm saying. So I'm the same all the time. I say, I cuss more without this on. Sometimes I don't. But I mean, I don't know. We present ourselves a certain way in the public, right? Whenever I get off here, I go and I'm like, I go veg out. And I wouldn't want y'all to see me doing that. But I mean, those kind of things, but I do not, and I've never been messy like that. I hate mess. I had an ex-sister-in-law that was messy as all get out. Oh my god, I hated it. Ex-sister-in-law. But, I don't like it. It's unsettling to me. I don't like the feeling of, like, oh, backstabbing type shit, I'm just like, "I'm good. I'm good." Um, I'm grown and I'm way too old for that shit. A lot of us are, and this space doesn't have room for that, especially when you're pretending to rep the victims and the victims' family members, and you pride yourself on that, and you stand on that, and that's part of your brand, basically. It's you've done hijacked everything. But, you don't get to claim you're a do-gooder and then be doing some backstabbing shit, okay? That's no, that's why I'm looking at your church, okay? That's exactly why I look at the church. Double speak every step of the way. So, good for thee and not for me. Um, one of the main things that I noticed was I mean, and these are just general blanket statements, general observations. I know not everybody is like that. I know that everybody is individual. Trust me. I get it. I really like that. I love that we're different, but there is a certain type, and I don't know if it's because of, well, actually, I really do. I believe that the church is the reason why we have so many people, not everybody again. You know who you are if you're getting butt hurt. Okay. It's not about you. I'm talking about all the people that I've dealt with. My aunt, her husband. Well, I've never met him, thank God. Anyways, the people in and around Lori and Chad Daybell, including, and that goes to the outer levels now, of even people who claim to be advocates, okay, who were Mormon and or are Mormon and or maybe hiding it. I don't know, just whatever. Be real or just stay the fuck away. It's so simple. Say what you mean what you say. Let that follow up with action. Ta-da! Okay. Do I get a freaking award? No, because it's just called being a decent ass human. I mean, that's all you got to be. You don't have to believe in God or not. You just have to have a good moral compass and try to treat others like you want to be treated. So that means if you talk shit about somebody, well, guess what, honey? They are talking shit on you because I'm a firm believer in birds of a feather flock together, big time. And that's basically what I'm talking about. Whenever I started to notice I'm very observant, apparently. I don't mean to be, but me and my best friends used to go people watching. Not go, but we'd people watch and we'd make up conversations that they were saying, or we'd like mad ad lib or whatever it's called. We would die laughing, teenagers, whatever. Um, but I've just always kind of been like this. And this experience, I had no choice. Like I was just this way. I was super, super duper like protective, observant, hyper vigilant, watching everything. I mean, everything around me. Didn't quite know what was going on all the way, but I was aware. Okay. And I mean, I just felt like I don't know. It was just, that's what happened whenever I found out my uncle was murdered in July of 2019. It shocked my system. It rocked me to my core. It traumatized me, I believe. I don't know. It, I don't want to say it made me awake. It didn't awaken me. I don't know what it did. It unsettled me. It, it just kind of, like everything just kind of all of a sudden was just, it made sense, like, okay, priorities, family, check, check, check. I don't know how to explain it. It was just I didn't even have to think about it. It was just, okay, yeah, you do love your family, like, obviously, you do. I just always wasn't, like, kind of an outsider, right? But I loved them. I just didn't like to go to family reunions. I didn't always like to go. I don't like holidays. It's not my favorite thing. Um, but also was estranged from my son for 6 years, and that was mm, that was, like, the hardest thing, that I ever had to endure as a person, as a mom, as someone as a mother who's mourning my son, my firstborn, for 6 years, and that's really tough. So if there are any of you out there who know what I'm talking about, it's a special kinda hell. And I wish I woulda had I wish I woulda found my voice back then. I was, yes, I used the legal system, but it also they have to put the correct dates. Every time I'd go to, get him, the cops would be called. It just was, like, so much drama, and I hate drama. And my daughter would see it, she's from my 2nd marriage, and my son would have to hear and listen, just all the things, right? And it was just so I don't know. I just felt like I don't know. I just kinda let it I didn't mean to let it go. It just kinda happened. But then it got too far of a gap, and then it was like, oh my god," I never had the right dates on the papers, when he actually went to go live with his dad. It was messy. It was shitty. I got served with child support. I had paid child support, although he never did because I don't believe in that shit. Just be a parent. Just do your parenting, okay? That's it. I'm not using my kid as a pawn, and it makes me sick. It makes me sick when people do that. It really does. So, yes, I would have done things different, right? I mean, you can never get those years back. But the good thing is that he did come back. We did reunite, and this was right as JJ. So there's my son, Zach, Ashlyn, and JJ. They're the only 3 cousins on our side. But then JJ was adopted, but still, that's my nephew. I didn't look at him as my step cousin or anything or whatever. I never even figured that out. Okay. I just can't because that's my nephew. I just didn't get to play the aunt role, which really sucks because I mean, right? I had, I love my aunts. I love my uncles and I have a ton of them on all sides. But I didn't get to play that role. And so I try to do that now as best I can. I don't know. Um, I wish I would have been able to. Uh, anyways, weird, just the dynamics are so weird. Um, and I don't know. I was living also raising my kids and JJ lived with Charles and Lori and Colby and Tylee and in a different state. I did not like flying. Oh my god, I hated it. I would not. And my mom was like, "Come on, I'll take you anywhere. You wanna go to Italy?" I was like, "Nope. I'm not going to fucking Italy." Okay? Not going. I'm not flying. And then, I mean, it also what am I? I'm treating this like it's a damn counseling session. I'm like I'm like, "Well, my other uncle died in a bad plane crash in 2001." But yeah. So, there's a lot of things that maybe made me not want to fly. Anyways, I ended up flying. When your family's murdered like they were, you'll do anything. I did anything. I was just like, I don't care, whatever. If they can go through what they went through, I can get on a damn plane and go and represent and the legal for I can represent them at the courthouse. I can go walk. I wanted to go and be in Rexburg, wherever they were. Just I wanted to be where they were. I knew that's where they took their last breaths for Christ's sake. And I just needed to make not make peace, but I needed to be there. That was yeah. Looks way different than it does from a helicopter and through my TV. Nothing like waking up to, Jason, my fiance was holding his phone. And I woke up that morning, June 9th, 2020. I'm so sorry, y'all. And, so he had his phone on, and it was just kind of low key, like it was real soft sound. And I remember, like, I woke up and I sat up and I was like, "What's going on?" And he showed me, and it was Eric Grossarth, where they had made like a parameter or whatever, and so they were pushed down a ways, reporting from there. And so he was just talking kind of low, as morning time. And I just remember, like, just throwing myself back onto the pillow on my back, and I was just like, "Oh my god, we're going to hell in a handbasket." And I mean, it makes no sense, right? That's a stupid thing to say, but it's just like, what? It's not easy. And then to also see Nate jump in a helicopter, and I wanna be there, right? If you're gonna show it, I'm gonna watch it. I feel like I don't have a choice to. I mean, everybody does have a choice, apparently, but I don't know. I can't exercise mine. Like, I have to see it. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Is it nosy? Is it curious? Is it the experience? What is that to its reality? I mean, I don't know. Some weird stuff. Very uncomfortable, very painful stuff. And, you know, nobody should have to go through this shit. And I mean, again, I'm just JJ's aunt, and I'm Charles Vallow's niece. Lori was my aunt. And I'm learning, especially with what's going on and what I've witnessed for myself, this transition just for me from realizing that Lauren, I was present for the 9-hour live. I was there, showed up 55 minutes into it, and I was like, "What the hell is wrong with her?" She's not my favorite person, but I also saw her in distress. She looked, I'm a very anxious person. I mean, I'm a ball of nerves, or, I'm just always high strung. I have ADHD. I mean, I've got the things, but I just I wanted to know what the hell was going on. And so I stuck around, and then heard her starting to well, she was talking about her stalker, right? But then she was also talking about this lady named Janice, and I was like, right? Okay, so I was there for it. So I was there for that too. It wasn't just, "Oh, what's the Lord doing?" No, I was just like, "Oh, right, me too. I have a grievance to put in with that too. Here, you got a box to collect them," like that type of thing. I mean, I've been holding this shit in for years, and it really wasn't. Janice is a nothing burger compared, to the other one, but, um, yeah. So I don't know. I was just connected that way as well, so I was there for it. Like, because I mean, she was interchanging people, and I didn't know who these other people were. I was like, I was trying to keep up. I don't know if any of you felt that way. I don't know. I was typing in chat. So, I mean, I wasn't clinging on to every word, or, I mean, there was no evidence to catch my attention, apparently, because, anyways. So, I mean, I walked away from that, and I was just like, okay, whatever. Yeah, I mean, I just spent, what, 8 hours of my damn life, a whole work day for somebody. We have had trials. We've streamed them here. I mean, I've been doing this since 2021, live, streaming, court hearings and things along the way, uh, of Lori and Chad, and never, even on a trial day, never once do I remember a time when I sat here for 9 hours, and they went to prison, death row even. Never have I streamed the murderers in this case, and I can say murderers because 'cause they're convicted. Okay. I'm just saying that because that's the rules for Lauren. That's the rules. You're not above them. You're not exalted, allegedly. Did you get the second anointing, girl? Do we need to know? Anyways, but yeah, so I don't know. There's rules. Um, but never did we have a 9-hour freaking live stream. 9 hour, 9 minutes, whatever it was for Lauren. Again, all right, like I'm ready to go to bed. I couldn't even see by the end of the night because my eyes were so blurry. Were y'all waiting for a bombshell, right? Yes, still waiting. We need to make some memes, right? We need some memes. That'll be fun. I love doing creative stuff because they're convicted, ma'am. That is how that works. When Lori was convicted for a whole year before her fifth husband was convicted, a whole year later, I had to say, "Oh," I realized I was like, "Oh my god, okay, yeah, yeah, she murdered Tylee and JJ and Tammy." But because Arizona, 2 different states, Charles was just all the things, right? It sucks too because the whole world can compartmentalize these things, and to me, they're all together. I mean, they're together on the wall right there, and I mean, I don't even just not the 3, not just Tylee, Charles, and Tammy. I mean, JJ. It's Tammy and Joe too. They are 5. Brandon, he's alive. I don't, he Lori was convicted in his too. So I just want to let him, I don't want to keep bringing his name up. He's got a life to live and he knows where to find us. Actually, I got to tell you. So during Lori's Arizona sentencing, with the hot mic that I found out about too. Anyways, we'll get back to that. So we sat in like this in the jury box. And so Brandon's family, all the Boudreaux were right behind me, mom, Uncle Jerry, Aunt Melanie, my brother, my cousin Amber. Oh, I'm trying to think of everybody. I suck at that. My memory is not that great. I'm sorry. I don't want to leave anybody out. But anyways, so we were sitting there and when I walked up, Todd and Brandon were like they were just talking, 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 talking. It was really cool to see. And I had met Brandon before, but so I leaned over, we talked we went to talk, and I was like, Mom told me that if I were going to be a boy, when I was born, that they were going to name me Brandon. And he was like, she's got me now. It's okay. I got it. And I was just like, whatever. So it was just cute to see. It was just cute sentiment. And I mean, I already knew that he looked at mom like a motherly figure, and she looked at him the same way as a son type. And I'm glad that they had each other and Larry, I'm glad they had each other. I really am. Now, can we please channel? No, I'm not a witch or I'm not a dark arts practicer. um, but can we just put the vibes out there, whatever it is, okay? Whatever makes this happen. Prayers, all the things. Come on, can we please get Melanie Pawlowski indicted, whatever. Just can we get her? Come on, Arizona. Come on, Trina Kay. Right? Oh my God. Anyways, I just don't want her to think that she got away with anything. I don't want any of them to think they got away with anything. And, Salty, I didn't really think about the whole Megan thing because I didn't go watch Web Sleuth after I started to kind of put things together. I was like, oh, I'll be damned. 9 hours is a lot of information to jam together. And when you're gaslit or gaslighted or whatever the terminology is for that, the phrasing, the tense, what did I just see? I don't even know these ladies except for the one, Janice. And I met Lindsay one time. And that was it. She emailed me after that, Lindsay did, after the kids' memorials in Boise, actually in Rexburg. in 2024 in April-ish, the very end of April, during Chad's trial. So we went to eat after that, and so they were there. Lauren was there, Megan was there, Lindsay, Mom, Larry. I'm just trying to think of the people. Lauren. Did I say Lauren? Anyways, and that's pretty much when I got the, I guess, understanding or the idea that Lauren was maybe leaving the church, but I'm obviously wrong, and it won't be the first time. So, how was Lauren in what room? Which one? She was what room? I want to know. What do y'all know? Well, the hot mic thing was really, like I said, I pay attention, but I don't quite know where everything goes. But then I've had the hindsight is always so telling. But so hindsight after the fact, and all this shit was hitting the fan. Okay, I knew I didn't want nothing to do with CrimeCon. I was like, yeah, okay. Like all of a sudden, it felt like, and I don't know if this is true. I don't know. I didn't go check anything because I really don't care. It just seemed like all of a sudden, both Joe and Megan are going to CrimeCon. And I'm just like, have fun. Just whatever. I'm still going to just continue on doing. And I mean, whatever, teach their own. It was no judgment against them. Just that's not my cup of tea. I don't want anything to do with it. Now I know why. Not just because of this shit, but it ties back to Glenn Beck, y'all. Why has it got to be Glenn Beck? And I also, oh my gosh, y'all, see what I do? I shouldn't have talked about the fringes, because I ran across, I think, some major breakthrough for me, at least. Nobody else has done it. No investigative journalists, so-called. They've not, uncovered shit. Just enough. And then they're like, okay. I'm just like, okay, come on. Instead of starting all this shit, how about, I mean, I've tossed things to her, but I've also been very careful. I've been watching her for a long time. Like, just, I mean, actually found some live streams that I did. I actually screen recorded a lot of these lives of Lawrence from Hidden True Crime when Lori and her were team, collabing, because of that whole incompetency crap. And I was just like, I don't know when, but I'm not going to give you that view. I'm going to have it on my phone, like I'm going to have it in my storage. So I've got to go and find that one where hopefully the last one that John got so upset over and chunked his glasses, and then he did. Y'all, it was so loud. I was like, I mean, I can't. Why did I never notice this? This is what I was kind of saying in the beginning. I was trying to say that Lori, she always showed me, I think it's these kind of people, like people who end up being a murderer of your family, or Lori was once my aunt. She was pretty, beautiful, bubbly, funny, charismatic. She was engaging. She was, um, I don't, she was witty. She was, she made me feel like I was the only person in the room. I didn't spend any one-on-one time with her either. So there's that. But everybody that's been here, y'all, I know you've heard this 80,000 times, but it was like 2012. I remember we had a Vallow family Christmas / New Year's, because they came in, Lori and Charles and the kids came in after they celebrated Christmas wherever they were living at the time. And this is right when they were, let's see, 2014, did I say? It was 2014. And I was dating this guy for a while. And anyway, so we were all there. There was a bonfire in the back, which is, I know, I think about Tylee every time Ugh. Anyways, but there was a bonfire. The kids were running around having fun. We did the white elephant thing, just joking, fun. And my boyfriend at the time, he looked at Lori and he was like, "That bitch is crazy." And I was like, "What? What are you talking about?" Okay, and anyways, I'm just gonna say it takes one to know one. That's what I've come to surmise. He was pretty cool on himself. He was also, a birthday like Lori's. It was Gemini. I know, Salty, I know you're Gemini. Just not talking about you. But, anyways, what am I trying to do? Oh, yeah, I know what I'm trying to do. Trying to show y'all what I found. It's a big breakthrough, I think. You tell me if anybody else did it. If I can shut up and find it, right? Stop running my mouth. It's probably right here in front of me. Let's see, let me get to it, then I'll share my pictures because Lord or my screenshots because, never know, I'd just be showing everybody's numbers and all their addresses and stuff. I'm just such a horrible fucking person. God damn, Forgive me. Forgive me, Lauren, for I have sinned. Joking. Oh, and she struck my Facebook video too. So, she's strike 2. Yep. I haven't appealed that one yet because I don't have the fucking energy, okay? Sometimes you just don't have energy for these things, they're draining, and it's shit I don't wanna do. Shit I shouldn't have to do. Just saying. So, I'm glad Queen Bee has a copy. I did make, the portion that Lauren did strike me for. I think she's high on crack or something, I don't know. Mm, because all the content except for where my parents were shown in her and John's interview with my parents. But Lauren overlaid like videos and pictures that originated from me and my family. Us. Not Lauren, not John, not Hidden True Crime, not Hidden Productions, none of those entities. Okay. And I don't know if she asked for them. I know Netflix didn't ask for my bus video, but hey, I wrote them a very strongly worded email. I was like, I don't fucking think so. Okay. It's right around here. Okay. I'm trying to be quiet so I can focus. Okay. Oh yeah. Um so yeah, I clipped the portion. It's like 20 something minutes that she clipped. So not a screen it doesn't include a screenshot. And except for the ones of her taking photos with the I want to say prosecutor and that whole Holman dude, Delphi people I don't know, but people I find highly suspicious. Anyways, yeah, that was in there. But I mean, I got that from the internet publicly. True Crime Design is who I got it from. Here, I mean, since she likes to strike me and shit. Here. Oh wait, and I'm not gonna stop it because I have bad luck. I just find this interesting, by the way. Let me back it up. This is also True Crime Design. These are the things that we just need to be aware of no matter what. You have the right to. You get to ask questions. It doesn't make you a bad person. Okay. If they get all bent out of shape, then tell them to go sit down and cool their shit. Okay. Because questions ain't hurt nobody yet. Well, yeah, they do. Because these people are like, oh my God, you're questioning me. Anyways, saying. Whatever. I mean, just whatever. I just like to take these things and just note them. I'm not here to demonize anybody. They know who they belong to, if they belong to said brotherhood, you know? And by brotherhood, I mean Freemasons, very mainstream. I mean, what's to be ashamed of? But once you get to a 32nd or 33rd degree, you got to do some things that don't make you so innocent. And this is where the blackmail comes in. This is where the recording of other people come in so they can blackmail your ass. I mean, I think that's what we're dealing with here in the Moral Crusader. I don't know how many times he dropped that night. I was like, "What is he, a damn Knights Templar now or something? What are we doing, John?" Anyways, and something done crawled up in her ass right here. She is detached. I don't feel, and I mean, this is just my speculation and rumor or whatever. My hunch, like my vibe, like I don't believe they're together. I feel like they're not together, and this makes me. I worry about their child. I've met him. I mean, we played and because he was the only kid there and she was downstairs where we went to that house or whatever where it was during, oh my God, Lori's trial. And so I drove up there from my friend's house where I ended up staying. And it was like I don't know, Airbnb or something. And there's Lauren, right there. Documentary crew right there. Um, boy, I've got some stories. I've been realizing things. I shoved this shit so far down and then had to just do regular murder stuff, okay? That sounds gross, right? Move Lauren and all your pain I mean, it just not pain, just anger, just like, oh, I don't know, it's something I couldn't quite pin, but and just I knew for a fact that she would not acknowledge me in her chat unless, well, if I sent super chats, she would pin it. And I did that on purpose. Did you just see the shitting grin? Okay, that's because I did it on purpose because I had to. Now, if I were Colby or Mom, Larry, oh, hey, Kay, hey, Mama, Papa, and they pin the comments. And I mean, great. Treat my parents good. Treat my family. Treat Colby good. Treat Kelsey. Treat everybody good. Like I'll take it. I'll just sit here and just take your shit, but you're going to say my name. I don't care if I got to pay for it. Just know she's okay with that. Except for this last live, this 9-hour one where I happen to be pinned like a couple times and I'm so embarrassed. I'm like, oh my God, can I get her to take that shit down? Okay. But that seemed to be kind of the theme anyways. Like, oh, hey, Nancy Joe. Hey, Colby. Hey, oh, I love you, Kresha. Really? Oh, wow. Because it sure don't fucking look like it or feel like it. It never felt like it. And it's always been fake. I knew that. But I was just trying to put it behind me. And I also wanted to know why the hell you were talking about Janice. Because, I mean, she kind of crossed paths with me too. So I was curious. And then, yeah, it is what it is. Nothing ever came of anything anyways. So Awen wasn't around anymore. Lori, obviously, after all that shit happened with Awen, it's like you kind of see cockroaches. Okay. That's kind of what I am going to liken it to. Cause that's what it looked like. Because I watch and I observe and I gather evidence. I don't make evidence. I don't create evidence. I don't go build evidence. I don't, concoct it. I don't hatch a master plan. I don't do it to distract from. I don't do that. I'm not messy like this one here, allegedly. But I'm just like, yeah, this I might need this one day, Never know. Might delete their whole channel. I don't know. Maybe somebody will strike them 3 times because, after 3 strikes, they take everything on your channel. I have over 1,000 videos, lives, videos that I've done where I started out with nothing. I have family videos on here. I've worked hard and a lot of creator and I'm not a creator. I'm just a family member of murdered victims in the Daybell case, in the Vallow Daybell case, and I found this as an outlet. I'm not a YouTuber. I had to sit there and like I've really felt bothered about monetizing. I didn't have like I've always paid for premium, so I didn't know what it was like to experience an ad for other people. So I was just like, "What?" Like, "What's everybody talking about?" I mean, just totally unaware. And I didn't know these things. This has been a huge learning curve. I was learning how to I didn't know what a link was. I was like, "What?" I was computer dumb. Totally not that great now. But I had to learn all these things while learning all these other things and then dealing with the literal motions of the trials and the getting to the trials, the court motions, all those things. And it's been fast. It's been like overwhelming, like drinking from a fire hose. I was in a like in a what do you call that? A higher or elevated alert. I don't know what you call it. Always over like, oh my gosh. I'll find it. I was just real jumpy. I was really jumpy. It was crazy. Anyways, let me finish playing this right here. I'll catch my snap.
Is not to engage in these types of
This is
petty
stuff she included.
arguments or conflicts with other creators. Like, we're not going to do what he said, she said, or
Don't strike me.
That's not our brand. We couldn't defend ourselves without looking like absolute fools.
Let them if
We
you have
couldn't
them.
defend ourselves because people have the perception that because we're a bigger channel, that somehow we would be bullying her.
That's not it.
We didn't want to defend ourselves because we didn't want to go public with this. We didn't want to defend ourselves because we thought we could ignore it long enough that it would go away. But after months and months and months of continuing multiple posts and escalating, we realized
to the point where law and crime was getting involved.
Yeah. We realized this got to the point where the risk.
I've had more mature conversations with my daughter. She's 19. Okay. Anyways, she's like, just validate me. Like, this was disgusting to watch, first off. And here's a little more to make you, I don't know, it's pretty disgusting, but I'm used to it. Lauren always schedules over everybody, myself included. And so this live, or actually it wasn't even a live stream. It was a 4-hour justification session or something. I didn't catch it live. Why? Because Lori had a hearing that day for restitution she owes to my mom. And I had a live that day, that same time. And this is norm. So they scheduled their premiere over my live stream again. So this is just her. I always thought it was like her Mormon competitiveness. There is such a thing. And I was just like, whatever. I'm used to it. I'm so used to it. It just doesn't even fucking matter anymore. That's just where we're at. She was once, a very small channel. And I remember thinking to myself, like, oh, shit. So she's going to grow and, they're going to grow into they're growing. Oh, crap. They're picking up momentum. Oh, they're on Dateline. Oh, damn. Oh, you're on Netflix? Oh, wow. So, anyways. And I mean, I do want to share with y'all whenever, I know I'm kind of going all over the place. But I just kind of remembered this recently. And not one time have I ever been I've kind of been not asked, but considered, like maybe it might happen. And I mean, again, it doesn't matter. I don't have to be on anything, obviously. Um, I'm not trying to, add to my resume. I'm just trying to fucking give my family a voice, okay? And I'm trying to share what I've learned. That's that's my big MO. That's what I'm about. I want this off of me because it's so heavy. It's so heavy, y'all. And it's not just their murders, it's what I found on the way to finding answers about their murders. It's biblical. It's huge. And I'm like, God, why? Why can't, and I mean, this is going to sound so insensitive, or I don't even know what it sounds like. It just sounds like I don't think this is something I should have to be like, oh my God, like, why can't they just be regular murders? I'm just, that's how crazy this shit is. It is so crazy and intense. And I've not been able to unpack that yet in full because it's so hard, as I'm kind of understanding and figuring out what's going on and what this is that Lori and Chad are part of. Um, and then once I did, realize that, oh God, oh no, I had to learn more. I knew a little bit. I knew the theme of it, but I don't know anything else other than that. I knew nothing about politics besides, like, I remember being an adult being like, Mom, are we Republican or Democrat? I'm going vote. Okay, no. So I just never was into politics or any of these religion, just, I don't know. I went to catechism for 12 years. But that's about it. But I've had one very special person message me this week, and it was so awesome. It was my Uncle Charles's first love. Hey, Allison. I actually have a interview with her, or, she was on as a guest. I don't want to say interview. She's like the family. But, she sent me a text on Sunday, and she sent it with a video. We kind of just share ideas back and forth over the years. And she said, and I mean, anyways, I'm just going to read it. She says, Kresha, you are so wise. Okay. I know. Buckle up. You are the only one connecting the New World Order to Lori and Chad. Listen at 46 minutes, and she's telling me the minute markers. Anyways, talking about this priest or whatever that's talking about Mormon doctrine. She said, "You go, girl," and GEAUX. If you're from Louisiana, you know GEAUX is go, right? You go, girl. And I was just like, oh my God, that literally one line, and you go, girl. And I was just like, okay, good. Like, it was so relieving because I sound crazy, and it's by design. That's so that they don't get found out, because this is being ushered in, and this includes my aunt and Chad and Tim and Charlie Kirk and all these people. Okay, all these events has been another drop in the bucket, moving the movement forward. It just, I know, I'm sorry. I know. Bye. nice, to have you here while you were here. And I mean, I know it's too much, but I've come to understand that it never was. I was not, I promise you, I was not fucking looking for this. Was not. I kind of realized, I was looking into accelerationism with Glenn Beck, with Tim, with this whole brood of people. Okay. I'm just like, why do they want to? They're the doomsday preppers, and they want Jesus to come. They want the second coming. Then I was like, oh my God, they're not. So when they say Jesus, that's, first off, there's all kinds of different ways to go about this. There's Lori saying that she saw Jesus in the temple, okay, which you have to be a temple worthy Mormon to go. You have to give your life to the temple. Then you do all kinds of Masonic blood oaths and stuff and in the temple. You and I can't go unless they haven't dedicated it yet. So I don't want to go because my body actually freaking rebukes it from the out. I'm like, I'm good. Is there a temple around here? You know? Mm-mm. I don't know. It was my introduction into this religion was Lori. So my bad. I just was looking for answers. You know, there's this whole subculture, this whole culture who instills fear. They make money off of. They exploit their customers or their, I'll say victims, because you're exploited. You don't even know you're exploited, but they do know intel. They do know the secret, if you understand what I'm saying. And this is more widespread, I believe, than we even think or are aware of. Still working on that, right? I don't have it all figured out. I'm just one of the people that do. Somewhat, you know, I'm on to it. And you know, it makes people like her and whomever incentivizes her, Lauren, to shut people like me up. And because I can imagine how many other family members of murder victims who have come to the same realization as I have. It's not everybody's path, but I believe this. I believe we are. It's gross, y'all. It's gross, and it is evil. It is, whether you believe in God or not. You know, it is. I'm not gonna sit here and I don't know Bibles. I don't know scripture. I just know. I know that's. I don't want to be on that side. I believe in a higher power. Don't know what, who, if. I don't know all those things. Nobody does. So don't let them like try to fool you. Okay, nobody does, and they're man, they're woman, just like me, just like you. They use the potty, they, you know, get tummy aches, they burp, they poot or fart. Okay, I'm just trying to be real because that's what they're human. Okay, they're no, anyways. People only have power that we give them, and that's kind of what this whole theme has been about for me. Was like, I'm taking my power back because I have felt very powerless in this entire fucking ordeal. Sorry about the cussing. Just it's very aggravating. Yeah. You know, this actually got me and my mom talking more. So I'm grateful for that. Um it was too many years already with a wedge driven between me and my mom at the worst fucking times of our lives, right? I just wanted my mom and my dad. Um my kids did, but everybody's just grieving in their own way. You can't, I can't go there and force them to do what I'm doing, react how I'm reacting, look into the things that I'm looking into. They're doing the best they can to just do their role. You know, everybody has a role. Um, and mine was just like, I eventually came to a point where at first I was like, okay, I'm just going to go learn all the things. Okay. I'm just going to learn. And that way they don't have to. I can do this like for my family. And then they can just, I can tell them, you know, I'll just fill them in. And then it got to be like, oh my God, I was listening to Mike Stroud. I was analyzing his speech pattern. Okay. Because they use some really manipulative ways of of orchestrating things. Okay, it's true. I never would have believed it either. But that's what this is. There's the, you know, Lori saying that she saw Jesus in the flesh in the temple. Bullshit. It's actually just a secret ceremony that happened, and that's her going, "Kaka, hey, hey, got my second anointing," and they recruit. That's what this is. And so once you get your second anointing, this is my opinion. I don't know. There's not many books out on that. There's not much material out on this. And I've been digging into this for a long time. Everything I found on the second anointing and people that have shared, like I'd go and get a couple of interviews that were available on Mormon Stories podcast. But I'm going to say right now, nobody was putting it together to this case. I did that. And I don't want anything for it. I just want to say that, like, that was like a huge, like, oh shit. There's this common criteria, I guess you would call it, where you say, oh, people who go through these secret second anointings or these second anointings, hashtag second anointing. These are things that happened back in Joseph Smith's time. This is spiritual wifery. This is polygamy underground. This is, we don't practice polygamy anymore. Okay. We don't practice it anymore, but they are practicing it. In my opinion, allegedly, don't kill me. Okay. Stop practicing it. Maybe. How about that? Oh, hey, Granny Weatherwax. A quick way I've learned to get rid of religious folk at the front door, asking if I know Jesus, tell them he's indoors. You look like Heretic, the movie. They leave quickly, bro, thinking I'm madder than they are. Oh my God. I've never had a Mormon missionary. I'm not. Okay, don't come. We don't have missionaries here. I've seen Jehovah Witnesses here, but thank you also for your, I don't want any pounds, but not those kind. No, I'm kidding. Thank you for your, I'll just say contribution. How about that? Appreciate it. And for the advice for some of us, because some of us do, right? Y'all tell me all the time about how people or Mormons or, they're going to proselytize. They're going to teach you the truth. They know the truth. And this is something, yeah, I know I'm going all over the place. Let me go back to when Lori was having her trial. Lauren, her friend that actually wrote one of the declarations and put on the kids' not birthday. Oh my God. I wish. The kids' memorials. Okay. I just realized that. Or was it? The trials run together for me because they're both in Idaho. They're both a year apart, each one. Lori was first, Chad was second. One's 2023, one's 2024, kind of like a repeat. Except I didn't go to Chad, so it had to be Lori's. And so I drove up to the Airbnb where my mom and Larry were for the weekend, and they invited me up. And it was around my birthday. I had spent a lot of birthdays these past couple years right there in whatever trial it was for that year. And it was around May. My birthday is May 3rd, so it was, in that vicinity. And I got there, and so I ended up just playing with the Matthias's child. I don't know what else to say. Even though they call him and have his name published publicly, I'm not going to give any ammo because she loves to weaponize things, in my opinion, and from my damn experience. How about that? So, and I mean, I missed my kids. And anyway, so I just kind of entertained him while I don't even know what she did. She went downstairs, basements. I don't know. We don't have basements here, so I don't really understand all that. And I didn't follow her. So I don't know if she had like an interview downstairs or whatever, but anyways, that was that time. I remember that. Then another time, it was the same trial for Lori, but same time, 2023, Boise. And my parents rented a Airbnb, which was like a block away from the courthouse. It was awesome because I could walk there. I didn't have a vehicle. I was there by myself. Again, I'm an outlier, right? And there was not a wedge, but I just couldn't burden my parents with but mom, I think this and this and this is going on. I mean, she just wasn't really wanting to believe me at that time. It was very hard. um, yeah. So I've held it in a lot. It's come out in little spurts here and there a lot sometimes, but I try to just keep a public face. And I mean, I still want to. I mean, it's not everybody's business, but I do want to share. And so it was the day that Lori wanted to leave the hearing, the trial that day. She did not want to sit in the rest of the day when they were showing the autopsy pictures of JJ and Tylee. But I also, before that happened, it was just mom was not going to go to court that day. It was the second day. There you go. The second day of Lori's trial. Ray Hermosillo testified. Mom and Brandon testified the day before. Sorry, I'm trying to remember. So because mom and Brandon already testified the day before, they planned on meeting for brunch. And then mom did not want to see any of the autopsy photos. And then me, okay, I'm like, I got this. I'm tough. I got this, mom. I got this, y'all. Right? No. Turns out I did not. And I find things out the hard way. So, I was there in the courtroom. What do you call it? Yeah, the courtroom. And so there's Lori. I mean, like, she's like 10 feet away. I mean, and I'm just like, oh my God, how the hell did we get here? Like, why are we here? It's so frustrating. And I talk with my face is very animated, really sucks. And I was worried about that because I didn't want to get thrown out. Whatever. I talk with my face. I always have been animated, but so I had my earbuds with me and I had my phone. And so I would tweet as much as I could. I'd keep my head down, and just, I would sit there and try to catch as much as take as many notes as I could and post it. And then my phone would die by the time it was first break, I mean, whew, it was a lot, but, and it kept me busy. And so I was able to jump in on live streams. Like KJ was reading the tweets at that time because we only had the audio that was coming out at night. It was crazy. It was so long because I'd try to be there for court during the day, but I would also want to hear the damn, I hear things the second time, big time. Like, don't expect me to retain anything the first time. Second time, that's your ass. If that's what I'm doing, analyzing. But so all that to say that we found out, like, so about mid-morning, I guess, I was like, man, no, I don't want to be here. Cause I accidentally saw a picture, Rachel Smith, one of those prosecutors from Missouri, I think, she was standing. I mean, like, I could touch, like, we were so close. It was a little weird. So it's me and Larry, and I think my Uncle Jerry was in the pew too with us. And again, I was just trying to stay grounded because I'd accidentally saw, when you have papers. I'm sorry, I'm a visual person, but when you have papers, and so Rachel was standing in front of me, so I was just directly behind her, and she flipped them. They were up like face down on the desk, and when she, she didn't like do this or nothing and show me everything, but I caught a glimpse of JJ's red pajamas, and it said Sleepy Hero on his pajamas in white lettering, big block lettering. But it said, like, I had an image, and I went to the hotel that night and I like sketched it. And I'm not really an artist, but I did. I did that. And all I remember is it saying Leapy, like, not with the Y, but instead of Sleepy Hero, it said LEEP. That's what I saw. And then HER minus the O. And it obviously burned in my brain. And I knew that he was found in red pajamas or whatever. I knew all that, but I was not ready. I don't know. It triggered me, and I was like, oh my God. So I was doing everything I could to stay in my body. I don't know. It was I didn't want to cause I didn't want to cause a scene, that's not what you do, and it was very uncomfortable. So, I saw that, and then it just I have panic disorder, I've had it since I was 15, so I know me. I know my body. I threw my earbuds in, and I just started flipping through YouTube, trying to find a song. I'd find a song, anything. I was just kind of bouncing around, just I don't know. It's like escaping in your own mind, trying to stay as composed as you can until you can make a effing break for it. Okay. And then you're like Breaking Bad. Yeah. So I did that, and then finally it was a morning break or whatever. And he was like, all rise, whatever. Jury went out, and me and Lori, like, we were standing, and we locked eyes. And I was just like, I don't remember it much. I just remember that we had this really long, awkward stare exchange, locked eyes. And I kind of like, how you just kind of days out, not sleep, but you just kind of into the background. That's kind of like what happened. And then, anyways, it was just like, oh, So after all that, I grabbed my shit, we went outside, not outside, but we went outside the courtroom. And I sat there and talked with Larry and Uncle Jerry. Larry was saying how he wanted all these, like Alex's guns. And I was like, "What are you gonna do with those?" It's like he's a avid gun guy, like he has a mega collection. And but I mean, just it's interesting, those guns, like I don't understand it and I don't have to. But yeah, so I sat as long as I could, they were going back in, and I was like, "Okay, well, I'm gonna go see mom." And so I walked the block, and mom was unloading. She went to the grocery store after having brunch with Brandon. Yes, babe. A notebook, dark lines. Thank you. Love you. He's just going to the strip club. I'm kidding. He's not. He's going to Walmart. Right. That's what we do. That's what we do here. Thank you, Mandy. Yeah, I feel that too. How many people agree with me and Rombo? I started to think that even before all this shit went down. So I know I'm a worst storyteller ever. But so I got to my mom's their condo. They were on the 7th floor. I helped her unload. She was started making spaghetti, and then mom got a text. I don't even know who texted her, but she was like, "Oh shit." I was like, "What?" She was like, "Oh my God, we gotta go. We gotta go to the courthouse." And I was like, "Oh, what the hell? Fight or flight," And so we literally could have ran there, okay, faster than we did. We got in the vehicle. We're like, "Meh, psh," we're there. And we did not park illegally, so don't come at us with that. And so we ran into the courthouse, went through all the stuff, and then got in there just in time for them to shut the doors behind us. And Lori did not want to stay there. She didn't want to attend the rest of the day. So Judge Boyce was like, "Sit your ass down. You're going to stay the rest of the day, ma'am." And then we left. Me and mom went back to the condo, and she was cooking. And then I remember Lauren came after court, and a friend, but I cannot picture the friend to save my life. Okay. I've been trying to do that. And then Gigi came. And so at my parents, they had the film crew, which I've met these people. Okay. They did the 2020 documentary on what's it called? Oh my gosh. I think it's just called Doomsday. And you can find it. It was like done in 2020 or 2021. I don't even know. I remember signing a thing for my daughter so that, if they showed, she could be in it if whatever. Signed a release. And but anyways, I didn't know anything else about it. Besides mom would be like, "Oh, we got the crew here." But they became friends, and me too. They're like family. You share a lot of intimate moments with these people. Um so well, anyway, so the same film crew were at the condo, later that day, and they wanted to just kind of go around the kitchen table. Mom again cooked spaghetti. I just loved having a home cooked meal. My God, it was 6 weeks away from home, away from my loves, away from my kids, away from my comfort, And so going around the table, I want to say, was it fucking Mindy? I don't know that yet. I have to work on that one. I just got a little glimpse of who that might have been. It might have been Mindy. Now that I think about it, I don't know for sure though. Mindy Caldwell, she's on Mormon Stories podcast. I think it was. Anyways, either way, so they go around the table and ask my mom, my dad, and then it was my turn, and then I think it was Mindy would have been next, and then Lauren. Well, Gigi, Gigi was over there. It kind of like this, and and anyways, just like, what'd you think about how Lori reacted today in the courtroom? Larry talks. He's a talker, and I mean, he's good at it. I'm not. I fumble for words. I'm like, oh my God. Especially with all the information I've learned, it's batshit crazy. Okay. Like my brain hurts. It wears me out. And got to me, and I was going to answer whoever that was Lauren's friend, like hijacked. Like, I don't even remember what the question was, but she finished it for me. Just know that. And then gave her ex-Mormon spin on it, or whatever answer. I don't know what to call it. I mean, I just remember this not long ago, within the past week. And I remember after that, I mean, I was just like, what? Like, that is so rude. First time ever even being able to talk about it. And then if it were ever going to make it, I don't know. I mean, again, like Mom said the other night, it's my first time. Like, this is not, I don't look forward to it, but I mean, this is my experience. This is what I've learned. I would love to tell you. Just, it's been hard for me to not, or to do it in not a fractured way. That's why I appreciated Megan in this space, because she said it more, effectively. She said it not fragmented. Whatever. Just as long as it got out, like, that doesn't matter who has it or who gives it. Just get it out. I don't want it. I appreciated her for that. And it's just another reminder that people are going to hurt you. Whether you are aware of it or not, if you catch on to it or not, these things happen. Okay. That's my opinion. I mean, we are fooled a lot, not everybody shows us exactly who they are. The mask slips, and then we're like, oh my God, same thing with Lori, same thing I've experienced just recently with Lauren. I'm just like, who is that? Oh my God, how come I never noticed this before? And why am I noticing John's thrush mouth now? And call me petty, but I'm just like, what is this? It is like a veil, it's really weird. I'm looking at them with a critical eye. I've been looking at them with a critical eye, but I guess not as close. What do y'all think? Yeah. Well, that comes with the Mormon church too. Love always, I believe, with the troll patrol, the cockroaches. Yeah. I mean, that's how they roll. And I've noticed, even aside from this particular issue with the trolling the chats and everything, ganging up the gyms, same thing with active Mormons, but also the same thing with ex-Mormons, because I think it's easier for them to, and this is just my opinion, I don't know, I've not had to live in their shoes, but from an outsider looking in, it looks like they leave the church, they deconstruct their faith, however which way. They go through all that. They may go through shunning, they may not. I don't know. Everybody has their own individual path. But it's still a culture. It still affects someone who lives in the culture, even if they're not Mormon, right, Robbie? We're gonna share his story soon. I can't wait. And I mean, he grew up as not a Mormon and of a different faith and was bullied like crazy. And this is I've heard this experience or experiences just like Robbie's from so many more people that it's not just a isolated incidents that happen. And there's something to that, I believe. Kind of like what happened. I don't know if the parents were Mormon or not in the what's his name? Preston Lord, but it's kind of the same vibe. I don't know. It's just it's super gross. It's super cringe, and it's like we're exalted, you're not type of shit. We have more money than you, and so we're gonna pay for 4 lawyers, okay? 4 lawyers, that kind of thing. And I'm gonna have to get 4 copyright lawyers if she don't stop her shit. Okay, stop your shit, girl. Stop. Because right now I'm doing what do you call that? What do you call it? I used to hate it. Every year you'd have to do inventory. And I have Santa's helpers out there doing inventory. So it's up to you, Lauren. Anyways. She might be looking through my shit, man. I don't know. I'm going down. I need to get a back channel. That's all I'm saying. Okay. I need a back channel. Yeah. But yeah, the whole excuses though about the whole it was a screenshot that Kresha flashed, yeah, I remember like going through my Google Photos and I was like, "Oh shit, like I hurried up and passed through it." But it was not that section. So just know that. It gives you the minute markers. It says right here. I would publish it right now. It's ready to go. I had to put overlays on it, to kind of change the visual of it. But I also want you to see what's the entire part, so you can see for yourself and say, "Oh yeah, nothing of yours, Lauren." You old wench, or whatever you want, whatever. You can just call her a beautiful lady. I mean, because I appreciate her too. She made me who I am, helped make me who I am. So Diamond Dave, hey, good to see you. Glad you're here. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. I was a Hindu convert to the Mormon church. I can relate to some of that. Shot you an email about hopping on and talking about Mormonism internationally. All right. Right now, like, okay, I'm very slow on like emails and stuff. I don't really look around that much. But yeah, if it's right now, I will definitely come on up. Come on down. See what I'm saying? Like I gotta go open it up. I know I piss a lot of people off, but if you want a polished show, this is not the place. I'm me. I'm just, again, a family member. I'm from Southwest Louisiana. I'm 47 years old. I have 2 kids, and I have 3 family members that were murdered by Lori and Chad Daybell and their people. Alex Cox being one of them. So I just want Megan to say that, that not just Lori, or she calls Lori her dumb cousin, but she actually has 2 dumb cousins, and that would be Alex as well. So just in case she forgot. All right. Now I have 2 different emails too. So I need to know if it was the Kresha0123 or the trahan.kresha1@gmail.com. If you can. I know I'm backlogged on the emails. I am. I have been trying to answer as many as I can. Oh, wow. Oh, no. Don't apologize, please. I've given out my phone number before on here. So I'm open. We used to have phone books. You remember that? No doxing. There was no such thing. You're like, oh, yeah? I'm going to find you in the white pages. No more. You don't get those anymore. I don't think. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, Alpha. But I will look for your email. I'm sorry to pop off of it like that. I will. Y'all, please. Yeah. I'm also sharing a 4-part. That's why I haven't been able to get in touch with you yet, Robbie. With a long time friend of the channel and just the community is Stephanie. And we were going to schedule her 4-part. We're going to do it in 4 parts. My first time. This isn't MSP, Mormon Stories podcast or anything. So I don't know. But I was honored that she even reached out and was like, hey, okay. I knew she had a history with Tim Ballard personally in the past. And she's got a lot to share. So we're going to basically Monday, somewhere mid-morning, I guess, we're going to start with part 1, which will be about, it'll be kind of lighter, which is horrible to say that child labor trafficking is way bigger and lighter than the rest of the 3 episodes that'll follow after that. So we're going to do them live because, that's what she chose to do. That's how she wants to do it. And it's going to get progressively heavier, as we go. I think the second day, I think we'll finally get into Tim. Maybe, I don't know. We're going to do like her history with Tim Ballard. And then also, I don't know if it's in this order, the belief system where they're justifying separating the wheat from the tares, right? That means you're dark, you're light. That's what that means. And so Lori was just touting that not long ago when she interviewed with Nadine. So, and even passed that note and message to her son, Colby. Wheat and tares. That's what that is. You're coiling through. You're separating the bad from the good. And I'm just like, that does not look good for you. But people who don't even know that level, I mean, just the basic, like, and I mean, I don't know. I didn't go to college I didn't go to school for any of this. I'm just like common sense, right? This is what they all talk about. This is laced in the Book of Mormon and all the literature, the apostles that have written books, the general authorities. I mean, same thing. Just all the people, all the literature is drenched in this type of language. And I'm like, well, how could you not get like indoctrinated and brainwashed into I will be like Nephi and so will you, that kind of thing. It's like, I don't know. Hopefully I don't, is what I'm saying. Cause I'm sitting there reading it, but not from a believer in the Mormon church perspective. Anyways, I had to read a lot of Enoch too, or Enoch, however you say it. So Alpha Fem says, I sat next to a guy on a plane who is a construction worker on the new temple they're building here. Then I got a job and found my boss is also Mormon, and we share a 5th great grandma. Wow, they're rich in the genealogy history, really good at it. That's I still have not used my 23andMe kits, by the way. Okay. I bought them in 2020, right whenever, all the murders started happening, well, July of 2019. And then boom, boom, boom. I bought them. It was COVID. And then I was like, just starting to get into what was going on, I guess, with Lori and Chad, very, very beginnings of it. And I was like, oh, hell no. I'm not about to send my DNA in because it is not directly, but it is owned by a Mormon. They got their hands in it. It's sitting in their vault right now. So if you did 23andMe, your DNA is sitting in their, what is it called? I forget, something obnoxious. It's just like this big mountain that has all your DNA in it. I'm like, what are they going to do with it? Why do they want my DNA? What's going on? Why are there guards? Why is it on like lockdown? Why does it look all CIA-ish and shit? It looks like a Leia, What is up with this? Y'all, talk about learning the world you live in. It's crazy. Oh, wow. Your husband isn't allowed to as a civil worker in the Navy. It's interesting. And I want to. Obviously, I bought 2 kits. But I'm like, Well, how bad do you want to? What are they going to do with it? Did they already do it? Like I have these questions, kind of like earlier I was talking to Jason and, because I see it all the time now that I've kind of trained my eye to look for the hand signals and symbolisms and everything that Freemasons and other members of these like-minded secret societies, aka cults, whatever. It's kind of one and of the same, but none of them are the same. That makes sense. But yeah, I knew that like I wasn't trained or taught to look for these things, but yet we communicate with one another, what, 75, 80% of the time. That's our body language, our facial expressions, our micro expressions. I told you I talk with my face. It's animated. Not everybody does that. It's like watching Toad, aka Chad. I'd rather watch paint dry. I'm just like, oh my God, he's boring. All I want to do is make fun of him because I cannot stand to look at the dude. I'd have to, have you ever seen oh my God. Austin Powers and I actually have a mole right here. But there's that guy, Fred Savage, I think is the character. It's been a long time. But like Austin has like a stick or whatever, and he's like, he just like rubs it right there on the guy's mole, and he's like, mole, mole, mole. Anyways, I don't know why I just told you that. But where was I going with that? I think I'm getting overwhelmed. What? So I do want to know. Let me look in the other email. Dave. I'll look. I'm not good on email. I'm good on text. October 5th. I see one from, I think it's you. Oh no, that's somebody I subscribed to on Substack. My bad. Academia. Somebody from Academia started following me. Don't follow me. I don't lead. Okay. So I'll just have to do this later. Anyways, back to so back to the production crew for the documentary. So yeah, that lady cut me off. I think it was Mindy, but I'm not sure. I don't want to pin anything on her that I'm not 100% on, but it just seems more so now. Plus she was at the trial. Yeah. For some of the time. So that makes sense. But I remember after that happened, and I mean, this has been just I've been containing this. They say your body keeps the score. Okay. I'm like like it's bursting at its seams right now. I'm just like, I don't want this information. It's so much. And like I said, it's like drinking from a fire hydrant or a fire hose. And it's overwhelming for me to even process it, to try to articulate it into something that's even close to being, understandable to somebody. It's a lot. And I think it's actually kind of like a blessing and a curse in that sense, because not with all the things that I was already having to process. It's like it was too much. My processor was full. And, I don't remember the whole Salty. You're right. You don't remember the first year. It's a flipping blur. It has been for a long time. There was a lot of things that happened in that first year. We had hurricanes, category 5 hurricanes. We had COVID. We had snow later that year. We also had a tropical storm in between the hurricanes. So it was like the trauma tour 2020. Oh, and my fiance had a thoracotomy right as COVID was coming out of Wuhan. So it was so awesome. And then the kids also were found June 9th, 2020. I mean, it's just, anyways, all you got, it's like like mom said the other night that Lauren silenced. let's just Lauren silence my mom, who was sharing her story, unburdening herself. Not even all about Lauren, she was just talking, but Lauren made sure at Hidden True Crime to silence her friend Kay, her JJ's grandma. She did that twice. So, but mom said, she didn't have a choice. You just have to get up and you don't have a choice. You have to go. Like if you don't, then okay, what do you do? Just die? I tried that, not dying. But I remember at that really rough spot in this whole process, it was JJ's birthday, my birthday month, like everything was right there in that May of 2021 timeframe. Tammy's birthday was the next day after mine. So May 3rd, me, May 4th, Tammy, JJ's would have been May 25th. We had indictments, I want to say, come down the same day as JJ's birthday. And like Chad went in front of Judge Boyce with what's his name, Pryor. And then Lori appeared with Mark Means. Okay. She had a COVID mask on. And then, but I don't know what happened there. I don't remember to even tell you, but I want to say she wasn't even able to be indicted at that particular time because I don't know. Check me on that because I don't know for sure, but I need to know because this is in the appeal of Lori. But like it just all this stuff was happening at one time. I had Donna Serafina, sending me basically like through Facebook Messenger saying things like, "It's your mom's fault," because my mom didn't validate, I guess, Donna Serafina because, okay, I mean, there's a time and a place is what I've learned. And just because you're ready to do something does not necessitate, it doesn't mean that another person's ready. So you can't like force things, especially when you're grieving a family member of 3 murder victims in this. And my mom was also marked as a zombie. So this was pretty fucking traumatic. And I understand, I appreciate what Donna offered did, but she was also like, and she even did, she even she made public mine and her conversation, where I'm no filter. Okay. But with the understanding that they weren't going to be public one day. So we done been there. I've been there, but she was basically allegedly blaming my mom for this, I want to say a little girl named, and I remember seeing this in the news, Dulce Alvarez. And that if this little girl was getting R-worded, it was my mom's fault. And I was just like, wow. And I was just trying to keep all that away from my mom. It's bad enough that I'm like, oh, here, I did talk to this lady. She reached out to me and I sat in on a couple of readings, whatever. You'll do whatever I did, whatever the hell I could. Nothing mattered at that time. Wanted to find the kids, wanted to know what the hell happened. I'm a research everywhere. I'm looking everywhere. Nothing's off the table. I've told y'all that. And, but I don't think that would have been a problem to validate Donna, in her work. I even offered to, but then again, this is when she kind of took what, I was like, use whatever you need. And I think she took that maybe as, oh, I gave her permission to just, and so whatever. Again, it is what it is. I don't hate nobody. I don't hate Lori. I don't hate Chad. So I definitely don't hate them. Yeah, I don't hate my ex-husband. It is what it is. People are gonna people. And I learn. That's what I do. I wouldn't wish it on nobody though. Because you feel pretty helpless. So yeah, Lauren's definitely not the first. And sorry, my nose itches. But it was just a lot of shit at the same time. And I remember it was the week of my birthday. And I don't know. I remember like laying in my bed, trigger warning, whatever. And I just wanted to just sleep. I just didn't want to wake up. I was just like, I don't deserve to live. Like, I don't even want to breathe. They don't get to breathe. Like, I don't even want to breathe. Like, why do I get to breathe? It's like a guilt guilt and I was in pain. You know, it's hard to be, not that I was like up my mom and dad's ass, you know, definitely not, but I was having to like watch them kind of grow older or grieve publicly and on the TV. And that was super hard. Just want my mom. I just want my mommy, you know. But my mom had to do, you know, everybody's in their own journeys with all this, and I may talk about it all the time, whereas they don't bring it up that much, or it kind of, it's always changing, and it's just been a lot to carry. But I also, this is the route I chose. This is the way that I went, and there's a reason. I don't quite know what that is yet, besides what I ran into, and I was like, "No, I don't want any time. I don't what? This is like that end time prophecy of the NWO. Okay, like this is weird. Like I'm just like I don't want nothing to do with it, you know. But it's like happening, and these things are like everybody, including Chad and Lori and people before them, over these past couple or several decades have been in lockstep. They have been doing for the greater good. And it's drop by drop, drop by drop, just like the Jesuit oath says it is. It's drop by drop. Subtle, keep us dumb, keep us distracted, which I believe was Lauren's tactic, to keep us distracted from her text messages that are pretty vanilla. First off, I'm not too offended. I mean, I've said way worse about little Miss Lauren. So, I mean, is that it? Well, so I'm going to play this for you guys for a little bit. This is from Allegedly Innocent, and she was the second person. Not just, she validated me a long time ago when she ran across the hashtag second anointing on Twitter X. And then I called her, you know, she talked about it on her channel after I posted that second anointing thing. And, you know, she's getting, like, not many people are doing this kind of thing. So for me, when I hear her like connecting the things that, yeah, I just don't know how to articulate or connect, you know, it's a lot. So it was a relief, a big relief. And that's also the other side of this too. I want to learn. I want justice through understanding, just like beautiful KJ taught me and a lot of us here in the community. Seeking justice through understanding. There's nothing like it. You're not going to get it at the courthouse. You're not going to get it at anywhere. You're going to get it through you stumbling upon it, learning about it, researching it, you know, just, it is what it is. Hopefully not the hard way, but not everybody has a choice. But I'm going to play this because, yeah, I was like, yay. It was so relieving and rewarding and validating. And I feel like finally, you know, I don't know if it's hovercraft, you know, Lauren, aka Lauren, who was just, I mean, I feel like the shade is gone, you know, and the sunlight's coming in, and like she's not overshadowing me anymore, even though she's trying to silence us. And I don't give a shit. Like, come at me, bro. We done been through the worst. What you gonna do? Like, it's just, that's where I'm at. Mom agreed. She's has that same attitude. It's like, okay. All right. I mean, it sucks to watch somebody like Lauren, who has potential, who had potential, maybe still does. I don't quite believe in her. I don't quite trust her factual ability, but you know, teach their own. Again, I still learned a lot from my time and encounters with her, and I still watched every one of the videos that they did, every interview that they did. That, you know, you have to be bigger. You have to be like, I wasn't like, oh, I don't like her and just shut her. I'm not cancel culture, but strikes two videos. says she's not cancel culture. I think that's one of those double-sided things. Anyway, so I'm gonna skip to the part where she starts talking. And she's
Coward.
also a forensic or a psychologist. I think I say that wrong. I don't anyway, she's in the mental health field, but she's a great, amazing creator. And I don't know, I've formed a friendship with her over the years, and with her chat, they're lovely, they're safe. So y'all go give her a subscribe and tune in every now and then. You never know what she's going to talk about, but it's always good. Her name is Allegedly
So I
Innocent.
just don't even think I'm going to be, she's bouncing now, needs to go to sleep. Yeah, that's what she said earlier. So good. Okay. So I'm not stepping on her.
Okay. I have to back it up.
Pull up a resource and I saw she was live and I was like,
Okay. Well, hold on. I didn't have the time marker. I was in the shower.
hey, Liz, good to see you. Welcome
Yeah,
from
speed it up a little bit.
Ireland. Top of the morning to ya.
Top
Hey,
of the
Texas
morning.
Lassie. Skinny Nuna, my friend. All right. And the Hope Diamond is here. Very nice. Well, so I was going to go live much earlier and Kresha was
This
on
was
to do it.
9
I
days
didn't know
ago.
she was. I set my live up and then I was going to pull up a resource and I saw she was live and I was like, no. So I changed the time.
Let me do this real
And
quick.
so, I'm going to talk about that Cracker Jacks.
That way I can get
So I
to the
changed my
train.
time. She has been live for 3 hours.
I know,
and of
man.
course, she's
Oh,
putting
y'all
out
can't see it?
amazing
Oh, my
stuff.
God.
And she said,
Sorry.
well, I'm going to go to sleep. I'm really, really sleepy. And I thought, great, I'll be able to do a live. So I set my new time for like 20 minutes, thinking that would give her enough time to go to bed. No, she's still talking. She's talking about
I got a
Jason
lot to
Mao,
say.
Tim Ballard. Yeah, which is really important topic.
Yeah.
And so I've just got to do this like super quick. And the reason is because I don't even know that I'm going to be going live for like the next week. I've got work is like a tidal wave. So I just don't even think I'm going to be, she's bouncing now, needs to go to sleep. Yeah, that's what she said earlier. So good. Okay. So I'm not stepping on her toes. Okay.
No,
Sorry, Kresha.
you're
Sleep
fine.
well, my friend. Okay.
I feel like I'm bouncing
So,
on y'all.
so I know St. Elmo, I actually have a real life job. Actually, I have like 5. I have 5 contracts that I'm
I
working
want one.
and then I have my private practice. And so I'm so busy for the next week. It's going to be really crazy. So I just don't think I really, if I go live, it's just going to be because I got an unexpected break. You know what I mean?
Okay, here
really
we go.
that enjoy research. Kresha mentioned in her live, she said to check out something called the 7 Mountain Mandate. Now that
I was like, all right, she's getting it. Yay. I'm just now learning about it too, but let's do this together.
instantly caught my ear because of the 7 gatherers, right? And I thought that
they also had the 7 missions to do together. They had the I can't think of all the things. But there's the 7 archangels. You know how Chad went by Raphael. They have the 7 colors of the rainbow or whatever. Theirs was green. They were over the music and art department, whatever that is in Chad and Lori's cult. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. It's much bigger than. It's way bigger, and they're in the club, and you ain't in it, and neither am I, and so. Right? They have like a one up on us because they know what they're facing. They know what they're in. We don't. We're just now learning. And a lot of us have learned, woke up a long time ago and have been touting this forever. And we owe them apologies, I believe. I apologize. I do. Just for not even just for being ignorant. Okay. Like, it's tough to carry this kind of information. And mine's not even, like earth shattering. Well, I mean, it's pretty bad, but there's a lot of people talking about this now more and more and more every day. So I'm feeling not so cuckoo. And I'm like, it's not my crazy. It's my damn aunts. But
that's interesting that you're getting this.
I'm gonna tie Jason Mallon too.
Kind of parallel thought here. But basically, just on a real quick little search, 7 Mountain Mandate is an evangelical Christian ideology that advocates for believers to gain influence over 7 key areas of society. Now, the reason that my eyes popped open when I was reading it is this. We have Tim Ballard, we have Jason Mao, for God's sake. The Mitt Romney is one that comes to mind.
Mike
we have people
Biggs.
that are in these types of organizations. They come in and they do speeches and such, and they're in very powerful positions, right? In like local, state government, federal government. It's just kind of creepy. It's just, look, I love the whole MK Ultra kind of, I don't mean I love it, think it's great. I mean, I'm intrigued by the idea that our government actually did something.
Look, I'm going to show you all this real quick while I have it pulled up. This is like a little 4-minute trailer or whatever for TPUSA. And it's the same principles, literally. And this was Charlie Kirk's thing and so Tim Ballard he was a speaker for TPUSA back in 2023. I didn't know much about it at that time, but I've had to do more learning in this area because ever since Charlie Kirk had his incident or situation. So I just want to play this real quick. Okay.
Every machine begins with a vision, a blueprint, a purpose, a spark.
We're active in about 15 campuses, and we're growing very, very quickly. And keep in mind, this is not just a flash in the pan movement. We're going to become an institution to give them the power and the confidence to stand up and let their voice be heard.
In 2024, that vision.
Yeah, her dad is John Walsh, who is over the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. All these organizations have been infiltrated from my research. Like, that's what it looks like. And I remember like wanting to do a nonprofit organization or something in the name of Tylee, Charles, and JJ. But I noticed how fast they were going up. And I was like, people, especially in the LDS area, okay? Like, they are like movers and shakers. Like, they can build a damn town. Rome, it could have been built in a day if some Mormons were there. Just saying, they are networking people, and it's admirable, and it's also frustrating. So, anyways, I noticed that. Let me go for fair use, but it's not really anybody else I have a problem with. It's only Hidden True Crime, Lauren Matthias. Yeah.
Seen some.
Only other person I ever had a problem with was Vice News that I played too long of a video, but that was 2021.
So many videos of yours where you're just taking them down. If I agree with you on the premise, it is a pure joy to watch that.
From TikTok to YouTube, podcasts to the public square, our voices are the gears shifting the culture and rewriting the narrative.
We are drawing people outside of the campuses that were working men, that heard that we were in town and they just
How'd they hear?
Social media.
Our decentralized, uncancelable content network has generated billions of views and influenced millions. We've built more than content. From campus tours and national events to education, faith, and school programs, every part working together.
And to me, I know I'm talking again because I don't want to infringe on fair use, but just to say that a lot of these weird, bloody, I'll say, these violent things that are happening at our universities, I'm just saying, like, pay attention to what's going on at these universities. It has to do with like the fraternities, I believe, the fraternal orders, the sororities, pacts, oaths that are made. I don't know. I'm not there, and I don't know everything about everything, but it's just something that I've been paying more attention to. And go follow True Crime Design. I love her work, but
together in sync.
One young man who actually told me he was on the fence, but it was Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA who have been in and around this campus that ultimately pushed him over.
Young men are becoming more conservative than they've been in 50 years.
And I'm thinking like conservative or like militant, more radicalized. And I don't know these things. For certain, I don't know. I don't study these things. I don't research them, but I know what I see. And it's like very radicalized, more radicalized. Like take this, for instance. And this is just, again, me, very, lower level. I'm just saying, like, very, just barely getting into it. Don't even know how to really talk about it. But whenever September 11th happened, the day after was September 12th, 2001. And so many people went and signed up for the military. And it looks very reminiscent of what happened for TPUSA, especially with the way they were recruiting. That's what it looks like to me. Recruiting through, I stand with Charlie, I stand with Lauren, I stand, it's like, okay, but that's a mixture of like this church and state idea, this theocracy that, oh my God, is always over there in the Mormonhood. But, it's interesting to see it. It's just interesting to see it come together this way. And a lot of people are like, well, is that person Mormon? Are they Catholic? What's their religion? And I'm not saying that's really good to know. That way you can kind of understand more about maybe what that person's ideas are, or their beliefs, or their thought process. You can kind of, it helps you figure who you're dealing with. But in the end, if this is what I believe it is, which is gearing up for this is rolling into the 7 Mountain Mandate. Okay. That's what's being pushed. That's where Jason Mao comes in. I know, right? And even more, but his Time to Warrior Up, Warrior Ethos. He wrote a series of books about Captain Moroni. And his, the bishop that went and picked my Uncle Charles up from the airport and appeared on some of the body cam footage from January 30th or 31st, when Lori hit his truck, canceled his plane tickets. He was away on a business trip. She canceled his return flight. She went and stole his truck from the airport and went and hid it, brought a lot of his clothes and put them in the donation box at Deseret Industries. Melanie Gibb helped her. All those things, okay? Charles actually contacted Bishop Gay Bonilla, and Bishop Gay Bonilla was also on the body cam footage with my uncle at some point in time when he was locked out of their house. And he asked the cops if he could break in himself, into his own house. That was kind of wild to watch. But and Gabe even had a conversation with one of the officers about, Lori's mental health at that time. Uncle Charles was trying to get her committed. She allegedly walked in, her and Melanie Gibb were dropped off by Tylee. And, according to Melanie Gibb, Lori passed with flying colors, whatever. Okay. It was supposed to be a 72-hour mandatory hold and the orders were good, but that failed Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, okay, and Brandon. But it had happened after Joe, so all that. But Gabe Bonilla, he didn't vouch, but he minimized, I believe. And then again, I don't know if he did it on purpose or if he's just so used to these kind of radicalized ideas and it's just normal. Okay. For him to say, oh, well, Lori says that, she's saw Jesus, she's married to Moroni, blah, 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 all these things. And he's just like, well, destroy it. It came down to terminology and there's a word for it, but semantics, I guess. So it kind of got dismissed, when he was telling the cops about murder and destroy, they're kind of two different things. She didn't seem like she was going to, she said she didn't want the kids anymore or something like that, but not direct, direct threat. And so she passed under the radar. Okay. She was enabled, and which is scary. Okay. Because here Megan has preached about this. Okay. I've listened to her about how Summer and Janice and Alex and, everybody around Lori enabled her to get to where she got, where she wiped out her whole family almost. And Chad's wife, almost her nephew-in-law, almost my mom. Here we are. She's still not remorseful. She's not sorry. She's the victim. Nobody else is. And they visit her anyway. So, what's it to you? She controls them in their afterlife as well, because that's a control fucking freak. Okay. And so it's scary to watch this happen to Lauren, and then to have Megan, who preached this. I've listened to her. I heard her loud and clear, and to see kind of the same thing going on there. And then it's like, well, was it hard for me to believe that Lori was more enabled than not? I mean, it seems to be par for the course in this. I mean, I'm looking at it 2 times, like it happened with Lori. I've been studying all this stuff since. I didn't see it firsthand, but my mom did. And, I had to ask my mom the other night, like, are you, and I didn't realize it because I didn't go through it. But after she appeared on my channel that Sunday night and shared her piece, she, I talked to her, and I kind of picked up that I'm like, oh my God, Mom, oh my God, you dealt with this with Uncle Charles too, like with Lori. And she was like, yes, like she was very, not triggered, but I could hear it in her voice, like it was trauma. It was like re-traumatizing, reliving it, and it just hurt my heart, because it's like, oh my God, how many times does this happen where someone's just off the rails and you're worried about them? You don't care about what's happening. It sucks to hear this person's stabbing you in the back all this time and using you and exploiting you, and, even hijacking the actual victim's victimhood. I don't know. And then it's gross. It's gross. I don't really have the words for all this, but it's pretty disgusting to witness. I feel like I said, I feel very protective. I'm sure Mom, Larry, Colby, I'm sure we all do. I don't speak for them, but it's like Chad and Lori do a damn good job with trying to destroy their victims' legacies. Okay. Lori to the point where she controls them in their afterlife. Tammy too. And that's not how this works. Like she shouldn't have been trying to control them here in this life. But I'm just saying, like, this is how far this goes. It's so extreme and it's so gross. And she still doesn't see anything wrong with what she has done, what she has caused, what she is behind, what she is responsible for. She's still trying to separate the effing wheat from the tares. So it's like, wow. Anyways, I hate that my mom had to go through that again, or even relive any portion of that. That really sucks. And I hope that Dr. John, takes off his husband hat and puts on his psychology hat, and he's a mandatory reporter. I worry about their son. Do what you do, but I worry about their son. I worry about Tylee and Jay. I don't know. There was no out for Tylee and JJ. They were trapped. It's just like they were doomed after Charles was murdered, and then just how that went, triangulation, all those things. It's very triggering. Sorry. Let me get out of that. But let me finish playing this.
And the unthinkable happened. Gen Z woke up and joined the fight.
Oh, what I was saying was they kind of had a big turnout with people wanting to recruit and become part of the chapter of TPUSA. And so this is really big. I heard that Frank Vandersloot money is behind it. I actually read and saw for myself that Glenn Beck, Mike Lee, he's a Utah senator, a U.S. senator in Utah who actually met with Tim Ballard, who was planning on running for Senate back then, whenever there were like 7, there were more women than 7 that came out and, accused Tim Ballard and others of Operation Underground Railroad and the Sphere Fund and these other organizations that are they're all connected. Just know that. And that Elder Ballard even, went in with Tim, Liberty 89, Mercury 1, the Nazarene Fund, which is TNF. We have Children Need Families, which is CNF. We have TimBallard.com. There was this whiteboard depiction showing like all these different that Tim drew. Okay. Tim allegedly drew this. And he basically drew a picture where it looked like there were all these different NPOs. Some are for-profit, some are nonprofit, but all flowed into the main trunk or laundered through, whatever you want to call it, and into the main receiving end, I guess you could say, would be TimBallard.com, which I actually think that's what he's using right now. And I don't know if it's because whatever. Anyways, I just know that the FBI and Homeland Security was interested in it a while back. And I wish the hell they would get up on it, But these women accused Tim Ballard and others of using this, basically exploiting them, saying, hey, you can become an operator and you can travel with me to these third world vulnerable countries. And, we're going to rescue some kids. We're going just like the movie, just like his movie. Okay. Sound of Freedom. That was nothing more than a propaganda film it's like a side hustle, that funds him. It also puts his face. It's like that overshadows the negative shit that's come out about Tim and friends, where people are like so idolizing people that they can't get past their own noses and realize that this is not effing fantasy. This is not actually what trafficking looks like for a child or anybody else for that matter. And that it's just a propaganda movie and they play, the songs, the feels, you get the, what do y'all call them? The fifis. And then all the purse strings and the wallet, they all fly open. And then the money magically just lands into Tim Ballard's pocket. And then it funnels down into TimBallard.com. I'm sure allegedly, I don't know. I wasn't there. But I mean, these are money-making machines. And they even crowdfunded or crowdsourced for the tickets to the movies, I mean, buy one and you pay it forward, and so there's some tickets that never were even cashed in. I know I sure in hell will not go watch the movie, will not support any of what Tim Ballard and all of his friends are into. Not Mel Gibson's one of them too. Sorry, not sorry. You come here, I'm going to burst your worldview. So I'm sorry. We're here though. You have a community who will love you and we'll get through this together. It's so gross. Lori was obsessed with this whole Chosen, which is interesting. It ties into this too. Plus, what's the guy's name? Jonathan something. He's an actor. I never watched it, so I don't really know that much, but yeah, he's donning all his skull and bone, type jewelry. And that's what they do. They're actors. They're crisis actors. They actually have what do you call that? An agency. a modeling agency. They are actors. So they're on a world stage. Didn't Lauren mention the world stage? Let me get this, or let me set the stage is what she said. But she did say that her parents were global minded. I was like, oh damn, there's that. Then you got Dr. John saying what moral crusader. I don't know how many. I like don't even like that phrase anymore now. Let me press play.
Used to be a Bernie Sanders supporter. You're an inspiration. Awesome. Thank you.
You are why I do what I do.
That was my first ever conservative event. Really, without you guys, I might still be a liberal. I would not have been here. Thank you, Charlie.
This isn't a passing trend. It's a movement with unstoppable force, led by leaders, anchored in truth, powered by you. The machine is in motion, and nothing can stand in its way.
Oh, that's scary. It's a biblical prophecy, y'all. Straight up. That's what the hell we're dealing with. And it sucks because I'm like, what? Why can't these just be regular murders? Okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm like, oh my God, this sucks. Why does my research into Chad and Lori and people around them, why did it have to lead to these more nefarious things? Except I found the NWO type stuff first. I found that agenda first. And then I'm more kind of working my way backwards. And Lindsay's like, yep. Yeah. It's crazy. So it makes me wonder, what if I really do feel like controlled opposition was definitely at play. Kresha, you're gonna send me down a rabbit hole, girl. You need to bring a friend. Nobody needs to go alone on these things, okay? You got to do the buddy system, okay? I'm sorry. I wish I could sit here and read the chat. I love chat. I love because that's where it's at. It's the community. Did you hear Kay speak about her experience with Lauren? Lauren has hurt a lot of people. Who? Me? Yeah, that's my mom. My mom is Kay. I'm Kresha. But I've seen you around, Mandy, or 13 Mandy. I don't know if you've been here yet. You might be asking somebody else that. I don't know. Yeah, she struck down my Facebook video as well because it remained up, because I streamed to Facebook and I streamed to YouTube. And I have like a private group. It's not private because I'm trying to keep anybody in or out. It's just private so I can kind of, I can open the floodgate. I don't want to be like, have a bunch of riffraff or people being messy, so it's just been private for years now. But everybody's welcome to join. And, I know she exposed herself straight up. And I was like, oh my God. When I realized that it looked like she was really just trying to suppress text messages from coming out from her talking shit about my family and the victims that she claims she supports. She stands on that. She prides herself on that. She makes money off of that. It's like in the church, what they call it is calling dropping. Oh, he's my bishop. He was, married to so-and-so and blah, blah, blah. And it's like a way for them to get some kind of credibility and trust in other people that they could potentially maybe be duping, grifting. Utah is the fraud capital of the world, not the United States, the world. So yeah, I did. You want to see some Captain Moroni, girl? You sure? Be careful what you LARP for. LARP, LARP, LARP. Y'all want to go LARPing? Okay. Lauren told, Karen. Mac Arches. I'm a laugh because I like it. I've got years to catch up on of laughing. Okay, wait. Let me take this off so I don't freaking accidentally flash anything. I'm gonna just let me see. I'm gonna play some more of this.
And that the damn Nazis were doing, right? The original idea for mind control actually came. Well, let me say it this way: the Milgram studies. That was a part of that quest to figure out how to control a person's
Isn't that what Dr.
mind,
John used?
brainwash them. What they really wanted to do, the where it started with the Nazis, they dabbled in the occult. all of it was for mind control, right? And then when the more prominent governments began to pick up that idea, then it turned to a much more just kind of sinister focus, which was we want to take a normal person and we want to basically strip their personality, their memory, everything from them.
I believe this is what happened to my aunt, to Chad, to Julie, to Tim, and others. Jody, maybe. This is what I'm saying. Like the ketamine treatments, the script I fed to my chat GPT a couple weeks ago. And I recently started learning more, or I guess recognizing what MK Ultra looks like, because it sounds super weird at first. And it's foreign. It's a foreign concept, right? It was for me. But it's so common and we need to know about it. We're decades behind, I believe. It's a lot. It's a lot to learn. I'll share the link. Remind me, maybe Donna can display it backstage. I have a free link to go and look at the Program to Kill by Dave McGowan. It is an eye-opener. It's about these murders, these murderers that happened. Charles Manson, all that, how it ties into Scientology. There's religious affiliations, Mormons, all the things. So I can't speak to it, but I do have a link, and it's in the banner section, Donna, if you can. But if not, I'll share it before we end. And yeah, it's a free link I have to my own, I think, Adobe account. But I think this is what happened.
We want to insert a new personality that we could basically train to be like this cold killer who had no conscience, had no feeling of like emotional correction.
Lori.
And then to be able to have that person switch in and out of being a normal person to being a cold-blooded killer to being a normal person. And that, of course, is where you get the Manchurian Candidate talk. So look, I'm of the belief, and this is my opinion only, I'm of the belief this crap is still happening now. I will never believe that this was just dropped. I know that in Haight-Ashbury in California,
yes.
During the 70s, that would have included like Charles Manson's group. He got messed up with one of the Beach Boys. There were lots of connections. Roman Polanski was actually indicted on child molestation, right? They flew him off to, I believe he went to France. They flew him off to France. He was allowed to leave the country, just like Osama bin Laden's family. The day the Twin Towers fell, he got on an airplane and took off, right? His whole family, something like 30-something people, loaded up on planes, went home, and they never faced any questioning by the officials at all. So there's strange connections, there's strange outcomes.
Behind the scenes.
And we know that, marijuana was something that was common during the Vietnam War. And so the big hippie scene in California, the Haight-Ashbury area was a real limited place. So, a couple of streets, a few city blocks, but it was all hippies. You had some of the music people coming in there and hanging out. And that was where they introduced LSD into the population. Think about that. So we had all of this experimentation with LSD by the CIA's doctors. And we know that that's real. We know. We just had a senator that came out not long ago and said it happened. We know it happened. Okay, so we know we were doing that awful, disgusting, horrible stuff. I hear about things like the primal scream therapy that was happening a little bit after that. And I look at it now with all we know as a behaviorist, all we know about the brain and learning and triggers. memory, both memory encoding and memory retrieval. And I know this. I know that when there's a little kid who's having anger issues and hitting and biting and striking out, I am not going to tell him to take a pillow and beat the shit out of the pillow. You want to know why? Because our experiments have shown without a doubt that aggression simply promotes more aggression. The more the angry little kid hits the beanbag or hits the pillow, the more overcome and overwhelmed he gets. Generally, in the experiments, they would end up just falling to the floor sobbing. It's just the most horrible things. Horrible. We know now that is absolutely the wrong thing to do. Look, there's nothing wrong with anger. Anger is a normal, healthy emotion. It gives you energy so that you can change whatever isn't working. It helps you develop insight when you might not otherwise see these details. Anger sharpens your focus. So anger is not a bad thing. It is what people do with their anger if they're never taught how to manage it properly. The key to dealing with anger is this: understand it. Understand that anger is just high emotion. There's another part of your brain that is giving the anger meaning. It's like saying, oh, you're mad because blah, blah, blah. But the reality is that you can teach yourself, oh, look, this person has triggered me. I'm angry. I have too much emotion.
Oh, me.
Now, what am I going to do with that energy? My energy is high. Too much emotion equals too much energy. What do you do with it? That energy is there to help you fix whatever problem it was that made you mad. I can tell you my standard operating procedure. When I get triggered, when I get mad, I say, excuse me, I'll be back in a minute. And I leave the office or wherever I'm at. And I go downstairs. I walk all the way around the building. It takes around 15, 20 minutes. So it's probably about a mile. Go all the way around the building. And when I get back upstairs, the energy that has been created by the anger, the energy is quiet and my brain is wide awake and I can then address whatever happened, right? In a proactive way where I'm stopping to think about how I'm going to respond to this. So, there are other things, not just primal scream, which did not work. It just further traumatized the people that they had doing it. Those types of techniques and experiments, they were coming soon after LSD was introduced in Haight-Ashbury, right? And most people don't connect all that together, but trust me, it was all together.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I was so happy to hear.
I believe that if the CIA is willing to go to Hollywood, take a bunch of young kids, introduce LSD to them as a large scale mass sample experiment
behind the scenes,
I believe they'll do anything. Why would they stop? You tell me, why would they stop? Because a bunch of congressmen said, hey, we look bad. This makes us look like psychopaths. We're not going to do this anymore. You know what I think? I just think they went underground.
Oh, God,
I just think they get funded by black money. That's all. That's all it is. So, yeah, I do think it's out there. And I think things like the 7 Mountain Mandate, it makes me a little bit nervous. Here, listen to this. You're not going to believe it. The movement emerged in the 1970s. The movement emerged in the 1970s from perceived message to evangelicals, Lauren Cunningham and Bill Bright, though its focus shifted over time to cultural dominion and influence. Does that sound like mind control? Yeah, me too.
Yes.
So a central belief is that Christians should take dominion, exert control over the 7 cultural spheres through strategic, social, and political influence. Damn. Do you know what social influence is? Oh, the movies we watch.
Everything. Ads.
The music we listen to.
The concerts we go to.
Religion. So they're going to use social and religious organizations to manipulate the rest of us. Makes me very nervous. This Kresha is on point in my opinion. All right. Now there's other things. There's other things that connect to this, but I think the religious aspect is really interesting when we're talking about Lauren and John Matthias. I think the religious influence is really interesting, considering all that we have had with Lori Vallow,
Right, Dave.
Chad Daybell, his children. Oh my goodness, guys. His children they didn't just drink the Kool-Aid, they dived off in that damn swimming pool filled with Kool-Aid. Like they're in it deep. Chad is writing letters and his daughter is posting them on a website.
Because he's part of the NWO End Time
This creepy
program.
weirdo killed her mother.
Oh my God.
Killed the mother. Oh, you got my cat.
Oh
What's
yeah.
wrong?
Let me pass this part.
Oh, I'm like,
Her cats came home. Let me pause that for a second. And I was just so excited. I was not expecting, it just feels good. It's like feedback, from, I don't know. It's just good. That's why I love what Nonsense does. Becky with Nonsense, I mean, she, when I watch her, I put so many things together, and then vice versa, we kind of feed off one another and build off of it and figure out what the hell's going on. Let's see here. Yeah, it's not, she don't play the video, but okay. Oh. Talking about the cat or somebody getting a haircut, her animal. Okay, right here.
okay, so I made the connection. Tim Ballard. Okay, so I was ready to move on to Lauren and John Matthias. You have to question, is it controlled opposition, right?
Yep.
There's something really confusing about their reaction to someone like Christina.
Everything.
Dialectical behavior there. You tried dialectical. I'm sorry, I suggested drugs. Yeah, DBT is amazing.
Yeah,
And again,
ketamine
DBT
treatments.
is really great because of its behavioral focus, as well as the group support, right? But getting back to behaviorism, that's all it does. It takes CBT and really turns it more into like BCT. You know what I mean? The Manson murders, our government has their hands in everything. I mean, everything extraordinary. Would you agree, Mary? I would say everything extraordinary. Okay. So with Lauren, I find it fascinating that she has had such a peculiar reaction to the people that she was nasty to. Now, listen, guys, if you're mean to someone, you get into a group chat and you're talking crap about one of your friends, is part of you expecting that one day you may have to face the music? Your friend may find out, right? That's normal. That's natural. And then if your friend does find out that you've been talking crap, then you have a choice to make. You just say, well, I didn't really like the girl anyway, not going to worry about it anymore.
You say you're sorry.
You do try to make it right. You do try to apologize. You do try to make it amends. And for God's sake, you recognize they're going to have their feelings hurt. They're going to be angry.
If you're sorry.
If you agree with me, put a 1. Okay. Yeah, you would just expect, hey, I got caught being a heifer. Shouldn't have been a heifer, but I was. And now this person that I was unkind to, they're going to be mean. Yeah, I wonder, St. Elmo. I think we may be getting a totally different story that's being told to Dr. John compared to what really happened, right? And it does seem that, he's bought into the whole thing. So, yeah. So, I don't know. I just think he looks really disgusted during this live. I think he just looks like he's over the drama. He's just over it.
They don't even
That would be my guess. I think it's more the talking bad about her victims than anything.
And she even says, my victim.
Same exact thing as BJ and Craig, or Craigie. Same exact thing about them. They're horrible to people. And then they act all hurt and shocked and dismayed when those people.
Okay, hold on. I'm bouncing around for just a second. Hold on. Okay. I hate when I open a window and it automatically starts playing. Let's see. Where did I just open that? Okay, here. All right. I know I'm petty, but let's watch this. Okay. I couldn't help it. These are the things I can't unsee now. So
You might want to look at yourself. You might want to look at the fact that people didn't like you. You might want to look at the fact that you thought you owned this channel when you didn't. You might want to look at the fact that there was a groundswell of people who despised you.
I can't.
You might want to look at your.
Yo, it goes click, clack, clack. That's how loud it is. Oh my God. I one more time, and I won't laugh this time.
Self. You might want to look at the fact that people didn't like you. You might want to look at the fact that you thought you owned this channel.
Oh my God.
When you didn't. You might want to look at the fact that there was a groundswell of people who despised you.
I made it. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I am the author. Okay. All right. I know I'm petty. I know. Channel Tom Petty. All right. A little more of this.
Lash back out, right? So it's a strange phenomenon to watch, but it seems to be happening with the same type of people, right? So the reaction I feel like of Lauren is really incongruent to what we've been told happened. And then you start wondering, you know, she came on this platform, and I mean, within months, she's rocking around at around 100,000 subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
You think to yourself, how do you do that? Like, the algorithm of YouTube doesn't work like that, does it? How do you get on there and make a couple of videos, you know, every week, and then suddenly you've been found by 100,000 people with no viral video to add? That's very strange. It's super, super odd. So, but anyway, whatever way that it came to pass, she sat around with 300,000 subscribers.
And $2.3 approximate $1 million.
Bring up a really great point. Where's her plaque? Where's the plaque? This kind of woman right here, who kind of sails along and tries to pretend to be Dr. John's equal. Like, oh, yes. He's the psychologist. He's the one that put in 7 years of study. He is the one that wrote a book. He's the one. I am him.
Mm-hmm.
Those accomplishments are my accomplishments. Don't you know? No, they're not, Lauren. You don't know anything about what he knows and what he does. You really don't. But because we see her trying to like suggest that she knows as much as he knows, don't you think if she had a mark of accomplishment like a YouTube 100K plaque, you don't think that woman would have it like front and center every time she went live? She'd buy a, look at me, look what I earned, look what I've got. Come on. Of course she would.
She don't like the way it shows her hair.
Confusing about where it is. Like, where is your plaque? Right? So weird. I don't understand it. I do not understand how someone just, you got 330,000 subscribers, and so you say, hey, look, I got a plaque, throw it in the trash. No, I don't believe that. It's too weird. It's just too weird. So anyway, her reaction to all this is just it's so much bigger than the situation.
Yes.
And there's reasons for, you know, there's certain things that might account for why it's out of it's far more pronounced than what you and I would do. If you're on YouTube, you develop haters. We all know about the trolls. We talk about the trolls all the time. Some of us have even had, you know, videos made about us ad nauseum. It goes with the territory, doesn't it? Why do you think that YouTube gave us the tool block? Right? If, for example, St. Elmo's Fire decides that, you know, they don't want to see Common Sense's comments. No, not picking on you, Common Sense. It was just two of the first names I saw. All they got to do is hit block, and then they don't see Common Sense anymore. You don't even need the channel creator to block that person. You can do it all on your little lonesome. Why did they do that? Because trolling is a problem. There are some people that get a kick out of kind of being snarky and kind of being crude or mean. They just do.
Interrupting.
So you can't run around throwing everybody in jail that says something you don't like, Lauren. Let's be real. How are you going to do it? How are you going to manage that? How the court system going to manage that, Dr. John? Stop and think
All right,
about
I'm
what you're
almost
saying,
there,
Dr.
y'all. Hold on
John.
just one second.
Stop it.
I just sound like
Stalking.
Joe.
First of all, Lauren did not bring a defamation case, right? That was not brought. So she doesn't have anything even close to evidence. The little tiny bit that she's got, she wanted to walk in and get a restraining order and have this girl thrown in jail for a month away from her kids and make her pay $6,000 to Lauren and make her pay Lauren's attorney's fees, which Lauren hired 4 attorneys.
One, her brother.
Lauren, girl, you have jumped off in that swimming pool full of Kool-Aid, haven't you? You are so deep into Lori and Chad Vallow's story that you are now imagining that you are part of it.
Paranoid.
That you are living that dark, seedy, frightening, scary story that ended up in the death of 2 kids. You literally sat in the bed crying and said, I'm not dark.
Nobody. All right. That
you
blows
literally
my
said
mind.
that.
Oh, God.
And my jaw hit the ground and I thought, what the hell
then
is she
Tylee?
talking about?
Oh, my God. Yeah.
What is she talking about? She's not dark?
Like they're invoking.
Well, Miss Lauren, is it possible that you're one of the 7 gatherers? Is it probable that you and Jason Mao are besties?
Picked up
or
the
maybe
torch.
it's Dr. John that's friends with Jason Mao. Exactly.
Well.
What is it about you, Lauren, that made you say, I'm not dark?
Pause. Because just know this, okay? Lauren has shared with all of us that she grew up in the same ward as Tom Harrison, the author of Visions of Glory, the book that Lori had with her every damn where, the same Tom Harrison that is alleged to have been meeting with Chad Daybell and Julie Rowe in his Salt Lake City office, where he was a therapist and is also the one that gave the therapy treatments, the ketamine treatments to Tim Ballard that I just compared to basically a MK Ultra type experiment or whatever the hell they call them, technique that resembles MK Ultra to a T. Okay, just this little excerpt I had, and I was like, man, this really does sound like MK Ultra stuff. And I know there's different, I forget what to call them, the different projects, I guess you could say, under MK Ultra that they were supposed to shut down. They said they shut down, but they did not shut down. Y'all, they've been sharpening, and we see this happening especially in true crime. Especially in true crime. It's sad and it's maddening, but come on, we got to get over our feelings and we got to start thinking critically and logically, and it's not conspiratorial. It's freaking reality. It's like, hello, I mean, it made me think to where when they went to CrimeCon and they came back, and I'm just like, they're all disconnected. They're all like different. They came back different. And all I can say is that I saw the same thing in my aunt when she came back from Hawaii for the first time, and I'm just like, oh, I don't even know who that person is right now. Like, her mask came off, so to speak. And I was just like, it was like my aunt's body. That's all that was left, because the person inside it, I don't know who that is. And I think Colby has said similar things, like, that's not my mom. She was spending a lot of time in the temple. But back to Lauren. Lauren also, I had messaged her I don't know when, but probably a year or two ago, maybe, and talked about the alleged bountiful sex abuse ring. Alleged, again, that have alleged, the victims in that have alleged that Dick and Brenda Miles are part of that ring, or that alleged ring. I'm trying to cover my ass. And I remember her sitting, I just saw this the other day whenever I was, going through everything, and I was like, oh my God, I didn't even register this before when she sent it to me, but I didn't even know who these people were at that time. Since then, I've learned that Dick and Brenda Miles are accused of diddling some children in a alleged sex abuse ring that is in Bountiful. Okay. That my friend Justin I can't think of his last name right now. Riggs, Justin Riggs of ldsabuse.com or .org, came on to talk to us about, and we should have him back on again. He's been on We Are the People, or We Are the People Utah. Jason Preston is covering that right now. A lot of this, but anyways, Dick and Brenda Miles were in Lauren's ward, said Lauren. Okay. And I was like, holy shit. No flipping way. Well, President Nelson, he used to be the prophet, but when he died, right around the time that Charlie Kirk died at 101 whopping years old, he, it's alleged that he is who maybe kind of stopped investigations into this alleged sex abuse ring of children in Bountiful. Well, now that president / prophet Nelson, Rusty Nelson, Russell Nelson, he passed away. And so, like, who's going to protect Dick and Brenda Miles, allegedly, potentially? Because their lawyer is actually a Skull and Bone member, just like President. I'm sorry, President. I get so confused with their names because they're so freaking long and they're a mouthful. And I wasn't raised up in this whole culture, you know. I still do this. There's M. Russell Ballard, and then there's Russell Nelson. I get them so messed up. But they were both in Skull and Bones. There's a Yale chapter, okay, and then they also branched off to the University of Utah, which is exactly where Charlie Kirk was. That's where his situation took place. It's this brotherhood, y'all. I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there. I don't know, because I was not a firsthand witness, and I'm definitely not going to be like Joe. Okay, I'm not just going to sign my name due to hearsay. I was not there. But that's where Tom Harrison worked up until 2007. You know, he actually, through my research, I've learned through other people who are deeply investigating these particular connections, these rings, these alleged rings. And one of them, oh God, don't lose your thought. Don't lose your thought. Damn it. Oh, yeah, it's alleged by Goel, or I remember him reporting about this on his Substack, Investigations in Ritual Abuse. He also has a YouTube channel where, see, I say all that stuff and then I forget where I'm going. Where Tom Harrison is alleged to have gotten in touch or, you know, had conversations with all the general authorities in the church. That he has direct connection to the top leaders in the church. So it's not like there's 15 people in between the degrees, you know. There's not like just your regular member, you know. This guy has access, and he works for the missionary department. He determines whether or not a missionary is mentally stable or able to go on a mission, which they pay for by themselves, family funded, and or by the you know, family of the missionary. They pay for their own missions. This is crazy to me. It always has been. But so Tom, you could say, and I mean, I can make this connection where if you just simplify it and you say Tom's in charge of determining whether an individual is fit or not fit to go on a mission for the church in its own department. It's the same as, or it could be similar to what Chad and Lori did to the kids and their other victims. You know, this person is light and this person is dark. This person gets to live. This one does not. This is separating the wheat. This is the tares. Do you see what I'm saying? Light, dark. You've got Tim Ballard saying lukewarm. Basically, that means dark. So you might want to not be lukewarm. Just kidding. But there are a lot of these people that are hiding in plain sight. I know I'm not paranoid. I mean, I know I'm not well spoken, but I'm well researched. Okay. And I know I can spot it if I see it, when I see it. And I promise you that there's way more of this than we even realize, because it again, you're like in plain sight. What do you mean? Because we're not looking for it. We're not trained, or, we didn't catch on to it. We're like, that's how I learned. I'm like, oh my God, that they're talking through scripture. They're using scripture to speak to one another. So like a comment I ran across earlier today when I was looking into, okay, I gotta write on myself now for show. Let's see. Let me grab it. Potentially. Oh, I'll just open this one. Let's just say this. Okay, because I can't find the video right this second. Or I can, but it's really tiny. Oh, never mind. I put it right here. I'm sorry. Sorry, it's playing automatically. Ugh. That's really frustrating. What the hell? That's all my Google Photos. Oh, okay. I see it. Allegedly. Okay, yeah. Let me share this one instead. Welcome to my screenshots of Richard Jason Mao. So you can call him Dick, I'm sure, if you want to. All right, so these were screenshots I took a long time ago. I also screen recorded the video, which I'll show you in just a second. What I find interesting now, okay, this is one of those things where you need a good investigative journalist who's covering a case such as this one this wasn't hard for somebody who has, an education and is knowledgeable about politics or these movements that are happening. This is like, I'm late to the party because I'm just now learning about all this stuff on my own leisure, so it's just interesting. That's all it said was, this is this guy named Mike Reed's YouTube channel. He had like 5 subscribers or 4. And it was 12 years ago. And this was, oh crap. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. This was, it was before August 2nd, 2022. This might just be a duplicate, but so add 3 years to that, 15 years ago. That's a long time ago now. So it says no apologies from Jason Mao at 9/12 Arizona meeting. And I'm just like, what the hell? Is that an area code? What is that? So here's, it's like I said, it's not cropped, but you'll get the gist of it. And then I'll share with you what that is. It's gonna be a little loud right here. When it does start playing, it's going to. He's gonna go, Jason Mao. Okay.
Good morning, Arizona. I am a proud third-generation Arizonan, born and raised.
I gotta correct myself. There was this. I always forget their name. The channel name starts with a S. Straley's. I don't know. It's a woman. I've shared a lot of the findings I find on her channel. She's from the other side of Louisiana, and she's researching. She's amazing researcher as well. But I wanted to correct myself and say that I thought Jason Mao said he was a 7th generation Arizonian, but it's actually 3rd. So, and then I found out that she actually found out more on that. I found that it's just kind of a like, hey, I'm really, really, Arizonian or whatever. I don't know.
Raised here, served my country, went all over the world, and they came back here to raise my family because this is God's country. I am so very grateful to the organizers of this patriotic event for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today about standing up for America. I've carried this message across the state to many town halls and meetings, and every time I speak about standing up for America, I'm asked the same question. How do we do that? How do we stand up for America? Where do we start? How do we do that with so many forces arrayed against us? And what is it that we stand for? I'm here to tell you today that the first thing we must all do is stop apologizing for being an American. We must stop apologizing for having the same value systems and morals set by inspired men like John Adams, like Thomas Jefferson, like the sage of Philadelphia, Dr. Benjamin Franklin, and like that indispensable man and father of our country, General George Washington. It tears at my heart, and it insults me to the very quick of my spirit to hear our elected leaders apologize for America and for their time-honored values. This same America that they are so sorry to be associated with brought freedom and light to an entire world in darkness and tyranny. This same America that is so hated by our leaders saved the world from Nazi fascism, from Japanese oppression, and from socialism. This same America defeated the greatest evil of my generation, the Russian Empire, and tore down the wall. This same America that our president is so desperate to change feeds, provides clothing, and vaccinated entire continents against medieval diseases. This same America that put a man on the moon, went to the bottom of the ocean, and connected the entire world by the push of a computer button. This same America stands every day as watchmen on the towers of liberty and freedom, ready to fight on all corners of this planet against evil in all of its forms. This same America that over the last 200 years freely gave of our natural resources and spilt the blood of our most precious national treasures, our youth, all in defense of the world's needy, the afraid, and the oppressed.
That's awesome.
And the only thing we asked in return was enough ground to bury our dead. No, I do not apologize for America or for the values and morals that made her the greatest country on earth. I do not apologize for that. I will not apologize for demanding that my elected officials be honest and truthful in their dealings. In my America, an act of charity is to give a helping hand up, not a handout. The Constitution guarantees equal rights, not equal possessions. I will not apologize for that.
I know, we got to get through it, though.
In my America, we do not apologize for practicing our chosen religion. I welcome you all to call God by whatever name you choose and to worship as you see fit. Just leave me alone to do the same. Understand your religious rights end when you violate mine. Life is precious, life is a gift, and life begins at conception. I will not apologize for that. The Second Amendment gives everyone the right to defend themselves and their families from every evil we face. No apologies for that.
They say whatever they want because they're really talking about it.
It is your divine right to own property and to feel secure and safe on that property. I will not apologize for believing that. I understand that a soldier has one job, not to hand out toothbrushes or paint fences or try to make a terrorist feel comfortable. No, the soldier's only job is to find and fix on the enemy's position, kill that enemy, and destroy his war-making ability. A soldier's job is to ensure that we are never afraid of those who would do us harm, and those who would attack a peaceful people are brought to justice, or justice is brought to them. As Dr. Martin Luther King said, peace is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice.
I'm not political.
And in my America, we never apologize for demanding that our politicians, when you send our children to war, you let them win that war, and then you bring them home in peace.
Oh my God. Right, yeah, it's good to see you, by the way. We're almost there.
In my America, we do not qualify ourselves as Mexican Americans, Asian Americans, African, or European Americans. We are all American, and we accept the mantle of that responsibility.
Good. I'm glad you can see it.
We cannot demand to be treated equal and in the same breath segregate ourselves into tribes. That is the very definition of hypocrisy.
It's also the 12 tribes, or what is it, 10 or whatever it is, whatever amount of tribes that Lori was gathering, right? That's what they're doing, allegedly. It's all code talk is what I'm basically saying. And so they, like he said earlier, something in light, Jesus and light or something like that. And, you know, they preach this whole greater light and knowledge. He said it so many times in his podcast with Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow. And it's everywhere. I've seen it. John Pontius has said it in his speeches. I have so many things I need to publish. It's unreal. Like I'm like, oh my God, I just need to get it out. Like, so I want to, and I just don't want y'all to be like, what the hell is she doing? You know, it needs to be out. It's better than being in my library. Okay. Just waiting, just sitting there percolating. So it's just going to be random things, you know, but it's still the same movement. It's still the same subject. It's still what I research. I research everything into Chad and Lori and where that's led me. Their cult, the movement, they're part of a movement, obviously. And then it branched out even more than that. Once I traced the money, you know, once the money led me to the very tip top, there's nobody above these people, you know, Carlos Slim, who owns New York Times. He bankrolled one of the bankrollers of the movie Sound of Freedom. He he was the wealthiest man up until like Elon Musk took it over last year, I want to say, and then somebody just, you know, made that. Anyways, I guess it changes a lot. I don't know. I don't ever hang out up there. I get nosebleeds. But you know, once I reached the ceiling, basically, is what I'm saying. I was like, oh, okay, well, alrighty, I guess I'll head back down, you know? And so I've been kind of trying to fill in the context in between the lower part and the upper part. I never thought that it would be above even the church level leadership, you know, like I was like, okay, yeah, that's got to be through M. Russell Ballard. It's got to be up that way, you know, but it's all of them basically. And then it doesn't really, in my opinion, it doesn't really matter what religion, you know, as far as like, are the Mormons going to take over? Are the Catholics going to take over? It, you know, to morph into this new world order. I hope I don't have one of them damn labels under my video after this. If I do, y'all please give it a likes up so we can get it pushed into the algorithm. Maybe trick it, make it dizzy. I don't know. We can stun it. I don't know. But because yeah, talking about that, or even just saying these little keywords, it sucks, you know. They do social credit score already. So that's how they do it. If you don't say all the buzzy words, or if you don't sell your soul, okay, basically, and have somebody sponsoring you, and that's why you have three, you know, you get so big so fast. That, and I mean, they did do good work, I thought, Lauren and John, but also it's kind of like who, you know, who's pulling the strings, who's, you know, who's who. But so yeah, the NWO, the whole point of that is to be one world, one government, one everything, total theocratic, one love, one heart, you know, all those things. So I don't think it really matters what particular religion is going to be, even though the Mormons seem to think, or I've heard things, read things along the way that point to Mormonism. I don't know. I don't even want to speculate. It's just weird. But either way, just know it doesn't matter what you could be, whatever you believe. You can vote however you vote. No matter what, it's going to have to be one with everybody else on the planet. And I find that really interesting. It's also prophesied. So I'm like, okay. You know, I mean, you can look at it different ways. I just want to learn as much as I can about it, because the more I learn about it, the less of a monster it looks to me, the less sinister it looks. I've been studying apparently my opposition to my family. I didn't know it was going to be like this whole system, but it's not just mine. So that's where we all come in. That's where we all pitch in and we share while we can. Okay. While our thoughts are not able to be convicted on, can you imagine our thoughts being a means to convict us? Or it's not out of the realm now. Okay. It's a little freaky, but we just have to plan our work and work our plan and do it together. So we have just this little bit left. I'm gonna finish playing it. I know it's triggering. You don't have to. I wanted to say you don't have to vote Democrat, Republican. I don't vote. I don't like politics. It's divisive. I think because both sides or all sides, they're all friends. It's a world stage, and they do these things to divide us, to make us fight with one another. Also, they're really good at doing things while we're worried about the damn Jeffrey Epstein files. They can shove them up their ass, okay? Because I didn't, I'm like, screw your list. I didn't see the other list, that was already out, that was partially redacted. I'm not dumb. I can fill in with my mind, like the rest of that. I mean, I know enough that John, what's his name? Huntsman Jr., he's on it, allegedly. So are the Marriotts, allegedly. I mean, it is what it is. And I know what I know. And I don't need their list. They're on the list. So, I mean, they can shove it. It's just a way to distract us. I hate the way they talk down at us too. Like, I've noticed that. I'm not anti-government. I'm just like anti-corruption bullshit. Like, enough's enough. Like, this could have orchestrated why my aunt killed my family. That's basically where I'm at right now. So I'm of the belief that Tom Harrison, maybe allegedly, possibly, could have programmed them, or just Chad even. I don't know how this works. I'm right here with you, trying to figure it out. Programmed to kill, because the 7 Mountain Mandate, when I read that these things have to be accomplished on the 7 Mountains Mandate in order to what? Oh, to usher in the second coming before Christ can return. So-called, okay? Alleged. So this is the belief system. Same thing as Lori, same thing as Chad, same thing as all these people. They have to check all these things off their to-do list in order for the second coming of Christ. What I found out a long time ago is that when my aunt was telling my uncle the second coming of Jesus Christ, that was not Christ. Okay. It's inverted. So that's the Antichrist. I know. Sounds really crazy coming out my mouth, but I got to let it go. You got to know. We got to know.
It does not matter if your ancestors lived in Jamestown or came over on the Mayflower, or if this.
All right. There was one point when there was talk and texting between people in Lori and Chad's group, and Lori was even claiming that she was Mary French from the Mayflower. I want you to know these are just roles, in my opinion, or programming. Could be programming or roles. I don't really have it figured out yet. But also, Tim Ballard, or actually Janet Russin, one of Tim Ballard's psychic / what is she, a remote viewer, just like Chad and Lori were doing, but calling it portaling. Julie Rowe was doing it, calling it portaling. I Spy, right? They're astral travel, whatever. It's government. It's government. That's what they're doing. That's what Visions of Glory is all about. It's not near-death experiences. Also, just know that Tom Harrison could have implanted false memories about remote viewing. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. He could have, or they could have been implanted with false memories of near-death experiences. I mean, I don't know. I don't have evidence of hard fact evidence, but I mean, these are Just my theories, I guess. I don't know. I'll never know, I guess.
Very morning, you took the oath of allegiance to America.
Yeah, I meant to finish that though. Janet Russin allegedly told or mentioned that one of the ops with Tim Ballard that's suing him, she was a character from the Mayflower as well. She had that name too, a name from the Mayflower roster. I'm just saying, just noting it.
America, you are now an American, and you've earned the right to say that.
Well, thank you.
Accept the title of free man or free woman. Carry for
He just said free man. I mean, that goes to the 13 bloodlines, free man. And it's also, Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk, Fremont. And Fremont County, Idaho. I don't know. I'm just throwing some things in there. Fremont Street, Vegas. I don't know. For those collecting that kind of information, maybe. He just said free man. The way he said it. All right.
yourself the mantle of responsibility that comes with such an honored title. Stand up for what is right. Stand up for what is true. Stand up for all that you hold dear in your life.
Here we go. We are that shining city on the hill that is spoken of by President Ronald Reagan, a shining city that gives off light. Oh, cities of light, you don't say, Jason Mail? Thought that was all Chad's idea. Exactly. It's not. Never was. But they kind of get to be scapegoats in a way. Make it crazy. Make you not follow it. Make you stop thinking and stop questioning. That's my opinion.
We are that shining city on the hill that is spoken of by the President Ronald Reagan.
Oh, this is also for allegedly innocent. Okay, I just remembered that. And I want to say, like, I haven't gone to read letters from Chad 7 and 8, but I caught a little portion of it, and he would talk to, and I mean, he's talked about it before, but this whole eclipse thing that happened in 2017 or 2015. Well, there were 7 Salems that were in the line of totality. Okay, where it was going to be completely dark, I think, where, you know, they would get the full block out or whatever. And it was a part in the latest letter from Chad that he said that he felt funny, felt like he wasn't attached to his body or something, which, I don't want to go off into all these rabbit holes, but the 7 Salems, and Chad lived with Tammy and their children, and that's where Tylee and JJ were also murdered, maybe buried on Chad Dable's property, and it was purchased by Crossroads, which is very reminiscent of Crossbones, Skull and Bones. You can't make this shit up. But it was the city of Rexburg? No, Salem. Okay, I'm just saying. Can't make this shit up.
Shining city that gives off light for all who wander in the wilderness and in darkness. A burning beacon in the midst of oppression.
Oh, and I'm not saying it's just Rexburg or, Salem that is one city of light. It might be just one potential future city of light because people were moving there. But they said, oh no, that's Chad made them move there. No, Chad's not a prophet. Chad was never building a church. He's just like Ervil LeBaron. He just got, that was the church of the firstborn of the God of Lamb was Ervil LeBaron and family, which is close to the Romneys, by the way. And I had somebody message me on Facebook too. Natalie, thank you. I will message you back as soon as I get off of here with some really good information about connections to higher ups. Allegedly. I'll have to find out more. But y'all, this is crazy. I got to get better at talking about this. I need nonsense. She helps me. Training wheels helps me,
And hopelessness, signaling out for all those who yearn to be free. That is my America, and that is what I stand for. When the Lord God gives us words of encouragement in these troubled times, He says, "Fear not, I am with thee. Oh, be not afraid.
That sounds like some Freemason shit right there. If I ain't never heard it, of course, I don't know scriptures. I don't know. I don't know what's what, but they exploit them anyway. So that's where you get this whole, yeah, I know they're not worshiping Jesus, just like Lori isn't, Chad isn't, not the one that I know or that I grew up knowing. That's they have Mormon Jesus, they have I mean, even Christian nationalists, all these just, these nationalists. I'm learning all these words, y'all. I don't like labels, but they're necessary, I guess. But like, they preach it, but they don't. Something's not connecting, where you're just like, that don't quite sound right, But they trick so many people, is what I see. Like they're so. I don't know if it's like carried away by the snake oil salesman, like I don't know, but it's kind of, that's scary to me. That to me is scary because there are people who just take people at word, at face value, and they think that other people are like them. I mean, you're like, oh well, if you're compassionate and you're nice and giving, well, you think other people are just like what you are, right? And usually get taken advantage of because you expect them to be treating you the way you treat them, and it's not the case. I don't know.
For I am thy God, and will still give thee aid. I'll strengthen thee, help thee, and cause.
Sounds like a fucking witch, like a spell or something. Let me back that up. It does. It sounds like a chant or.
I am with thee. Oh, be not afraid. For I am thy God, and will still give thee aid. I'll strengthen thee, help thee, and cause thee to stand, upheld by my righteous, omnipotent hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I do these things now in memory of my God, my religion, my freedom, my peace, and for my wife and my children. I ask that you do the same today with me, that you stand up for truth, justice, for our...
Isn't that what Jody and Ruby did? Moms for Truth, kind of. I mean, that's kind of a big thing in the LDS area.
Flag and for the Constitution of the United States of America.
Come on now.
I have been in service of my country my entire life.
Take your sunglasses off from your phone. All right.
Hey, don't let these guys hear that. They're going to put me in charge of something. I have been a soldier or a police officer my entire life. I've carried a gun in my hands for the last 20 years in defense of liberty and the Constitution of the United States. And in all that time, I've come to understand one simple truth. A true hero is not always somebody that stands out in a crowd, but a true hero will always stand up.
That sounds like rise up, arise, wake and arise. Awake and arise, rise up. Yep, that kind of thing.
My name is Jason Mel, and I ask you now to join me. Not one step back, ladies and gentlemen. Not one more step back. God bless you.
That sounds like drop by drop, drop by drop. Keep moving this conspiracy forward. If you ask me, just to speculate and just without any kind of knowledge. This stinks of like Barry Cox. Okay. I get the same kind of vibe. Same kind of.
May God bless the United States of America.
Oh no. Okay. Oh no. Okay. All right. Now, let me hurry. I'm moving slow, of course. So this is what I kind of put together. So the New American Order is the title of this report that I put together using these concepts. A network analysis of Christian nationalism, fringe ideology, and political power. Part 1, organizational nexus, an iron triangle of media, operations, and ideology. Introduction to the nexus, an analysis of the nonprofit organization and for-profit entities surrounding media personality Glenn Beck. Y'all, he's behind CrimeCon. Okay. You can't make this stuff up. You cannot. And this. Actually, I'm missing a part. Hold on. Where did I put it? Right here. Okay, hold on. Let me not lose you. Okay, let me scooch back up. And once I grab it, and then I can switch my screen. I thought I had it pulled up. Hold on. Okay. So the 912 project is what Jason was just speaking at. He's part of the 912 movement. So the 912 project, alternatively 912 project, same damn thing, was a group created by American television and radio personality Glenn Beck. Oh, Glenn Becky. It was launched on March 13th, 2009. Episode of Glenn Beck, the eponymous talk show on Fox News Channel. A website was launched to promote the group, and several local 912 groups formed soon after in cities throughout the United States. So, 9 principles, 12 values. The 912 project is designed to bring us all back to the place we were on September 12th, 2001, which is the day after September 11th. The day after America was attacked, we were not obsessed with red states, blue states, or political parties. We were united as Americans, standing together to protect the values and principles of the greatest nation ever created. Did we lose a lot of our rights because of that attack on? Yeah. You know what I'm saying. Because a lot of the people, a lot of men, women signed up to join the military the day after 9/11, the day after the attacks. Same thing I see going on with Charlie Kirk. The day after and the time after, this whole time since Charlie Kirk's incident, that's we're seeing this too. Okay. And Glenn Beck has also got his hand in that. So he actually resurrected this 912. He actually used the term resurrected this 912 project in order to raise money on a pay send go, whatever site to collect money for Erica Kirk, who had just, basically, she's not like your typical. I'm not saying she don't, whatever. I'm not getting into all those weeds. I'm just saying that's what happened. That's why Glenn Beck is raising it for a widowed mother, basically, even though she's likely to be financially okay. It's not your typical, a single mother, widowed mother who lost her husband, probably gonna lose her house and car, gonna have to get a job and, those kind of things. So anyways, the formation was March 2009. The type is self-described bottom-up organization for non-political values advocacy. So this is back in 2009. And it's defunct legal status, United States, Yvonne Donnelly, 912project.com. This came from Wikipedia. So according to Beck, the purpose of the project was, quote, to bring us all back to the place we were on September 12, 2001. We were not obsessed with red states, blue states, or political parties. Didn't I just read this? We were united as Americans, standing together to protect the values and principles of the greatest nation ever created, unquote. 9/12 represents the date following the September 11 attacks in 2001. And that's interesting. 9 principles. And 12 values. So 9 principles, 12 values. This is leading us, y'all, straight into the 7 Mountain Mandate. And it also, this is what Jason Mowell's books on Captain Moroni and the war chapters, Captain Moroni. That's what he has been. That's why he's been going around and speaking at all these charter schools in Arizona, I do believe, and promoting these books that may still be on Deseret News or Deseret Books shelves as we speak. I mean, Jason Mao does work for the church as a CES teacher, so he's a church education teacher, seminary, just like Mike Stroud was to him. And so Jason Mao is molding young minds as a teacher on payroll for the church. I mean, it's so disturbing in so many ways to me. Okay, so 2001 and 9 principles and 12 values that Beck believes represent the principles and values shared by the founding fathers of the United States. Obsessed much. Him, David Barton, who's a Christian evangelist type dude that is also on some nonprofit or in some nonprofit organizations with Tim Ballard and Glenn Beck. So some of the Tea Party movement was part of the 9/12 Project, serving as a sponsor for the Taxpayer March on Washington on September 12, 2009. The 9/12 Project, which is also 9/12, and then September is the 9th month, and that's 12. It's like reciprocal. 9/12/9 and 9/12/9. Anyways, 9/12 Project activists claim not to identify with any major political party. Sounds like Masons, when they're like, oh yeah, you have to believe in a deity, but we don't believe in God or Satan or whatever. I don't know. It's some weird mind stuff. And I think it's just so once you get to the 32nd, 33rd degree, you got to pledge maybe your soul. I don't know. Wasn't there? Did I have access? Okay. 9 principles and 12 values. The name 9/12 symbolized both the day after this. Right? Can we move on? September 11, 2001, written as September 12th or 9/12. And the project's 9 principles and 12 values. According to the website, the 9 principles and 12 values were derived from the principles of the founding fathers, which Lori's, they're all obsessed with these, okay? They will always mention them. Julie Rowe, I can remember her doing it too. They're in the club. At the origin of America, our founding fathers built this country on 28 powerful principles. These principles were culled from all over the world and from centuries of great thinkers. We have distilled the original 28 down to the 9 basic principles. Remember how they all have had these principles that they've gone by in these little isolated groups of Mormons who don't know each other, but they sure are doing some nefarious shit like child murder, sacrifice. I'll call it child sacrifice because that's really what it was. Ritualistic. Okay. And Jody Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke, and how Melanie Boudreaux Pawlowski appeared to be maybe trying to get her hands on, dubbing them dark. I don't know if she did or somebody else did. I'm just saying it's the same thing. It's the same thing as Hamblin. It's the same thing. It's wild. The website listed the 9 principles accompanied by quotations from George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. The 9 principles were: 1, America is good. 2, I believe in God and He is the center of my life. It's weird. Okay. I must always try to be a more honest person than I was yesterday. Lori said this in her podcast with dipshit, Melanie Gibb and Jason Mao. You just want to be a better person than, wait, how'd she say that? You just try to be a better person today than I was yesterday, or whatever she said. Something along those lines. The family is sacred. My spouse and I are the ultimate authority, not the government. Number 5, if you break the law, you pay the penalty. Justice is blind and no one is above it. Somebody send this to Lauren. Okay. Kidding. All right. Number 6, I have a right to life, liberty, and pursuit. Lori said this. She said this recently in Arizona proceedings, and pursuit of happiness. Okay. I'm gonna have to go look that up. But there is no guarantee of equal results. Oh my God. I want to read Barry's book now myself. Why? Because I want to look at all these freaking code words that I already know he's spouting. The top 5%, right? Yeah. 7, I work hard for what I have, and I will share it with who I want to. Government cannot force me to be charitable. 8, it is not un-American for me to disagree with authority or to share my personal opinion. It's interesting coming from a cop, to have this kind of belief, and then also military background for Jason Mel. It's just, I don't know, kind of clashes. Maybe that's why I don't, because they're posers, I think. So number 9, the government works for me. I do not answer to them. They answer to me. Sounds like Barry Cox too. I'm sorry. Just these things are coming to my head. Barry Cox, like IRS, right? He's never wrong. The IRS owes him and they must answer to him. That's what it looks like to me. The 12 values were honesty, reverence, hope, thrift, humility, charity, sincerity, moderation, hard work, courage, personal responsibility, gratitude, originally friendship. I guess you don't get that no more. Protesters walked towards the U.S. Capitol during the taxpayer march on Washington. Glenn Beck. They are Charlie. They are Lauren. They are Legion, is what I hear. A group of protesters hold signs praising Beck at the taxpayer march on Washington. There's your first problem. Don't praise people. Okay? Don't idolize people. That's my advice. You can appreciate. This is how I do it. I appreciate what people do in our communities that are contribution. I appreciate their work. I don't freaking I don't fangirl over them. I don't worship them. I don't idolize them. I don't put them on a pedestal. I don't think that they're better than you and me, or you know what I'm saying? No one is better. And so people, I think, are given the authority. They're given power because we give it to them, because that's what we've been groomed to do. That's what we've been conditioned to do. And we're doing it. Look at the Mormons. This is my take on it. They look for someone to follow because they are birthed that way. They come into this world and they follow the prophet, and they sing that song all the time. Follow the prophet, right? So they're always looking for someone to follow. And I think that's another thing that makes these clickbaity, hidden gem type things. And I'm not trying to be, I'm saying I was there too. I get it. I was duped too. But it's like these, when they leave the church, even they still formulate these type of bonds or circles, or some people have even called it a cult when ex-Mormons, rally around. And I mean, it doesn't make one or the other right or wrong. It's just they're doing the same thing, but then calling each other out for hypocrisy. It's just funny. Not funny, but it's interesting. So, all right. Let me try okay. So the 912 Project was created as a result of Beck's, quote, "We Surround Them," unquote, campaign, a series of segments and specials on Beck's television program in early 2009, which purported to bring back government accountability. Well, you go, boy. How's that working? Viewers were asked to, oh, by the way, I don't like Glenn. I'm not a fan of Glenn Beck or Tim Ballard or this whole outfit. Okay. Glenn Beck used to speak at the same conferences as Tim, as Mike Lee, as Andy Biggs. Okay. He's going to be, these people are actually going to be at TPUSA in December next month. So keep your eye. Let's do this as a community, please. Cause I don't know all the things. I don't even know a portion of these things. So I need help. Burgess Owens, Sean Reyes. Okay. Mitt Romney. I don't know if he's still in the game or not, but he's definitely in the game. He knows all the people. Okay. So viewers were asked to listen to this. Okay. This is in 2009. Viewers were asked to incorporate these values first in their personal lives, then expect them of those they elected to office and holding the elected accountable. At one point during the campaign, viewers were asked to submit pictures if they believed at least 7 of the 9 founding principles and felt they were alone in believing these principles. Okay, so submit pictures. Many of the pictures were used to form a collage that once lined one of the walls in Glenn Beck's Fox News Channel studio. The 912 Project grew out of that campaign as a result of the original call Beck took on his nationally syndicated talk radio show from Ed of New Haven, Connecticut. During that phone call in late January of 2009, Ed said that he felt outnumbered. As a true conservative in today's political battles, Beck told him that he would figure out a way to prove to him that he is not alone. Orchestrated, y'all. This don't just happen. This is orchestrated. Oh, God. It just pisses me off. I'm sorry. It really does. Like, and that they, the powers that be, let me start right here. Beck told him that that he would figure out a way to prove to him that he is not alone and that they, the powers that be, do not surround us, the American people, but rather we surround them. You see how they're reversing this? I'm noticing. I don't owe the government. The government owes me. I'm not guilty or whatever. I don't have a good analogy yet. Hold on. I will. It's that inversion thing, reverse uno, as they say. Following the taxpayer march on Washington on September 12, 2019, Beck introduced a campaign for the 912 Project called Refound America. The campaign aims to find 56 refounders who are congressional politicians who agree to stand against corruption. Can you imagine that? And abuses of power, again, and become whistleblowers, exposing the evidence of corruption. Okay. Corruption or the evidence of corruption. Anyways, as of 2017, the news section on the 912 Project website had not been updated since February 2014, which is actually, you think about it, when all of these, Julie Rowe, Tim Ballard, Chad Daybell was more getting going in his book publishing stuff in 2002, 2007. Then he met Julie Rowe in like 2014, I want to say. But he's already in this network, I believe. I don't know how. Again, I don't know why Tom Harrison, what Chad's letter number 8 said something about people meeting at his house. And I remember hearing about President Oaks being there. And so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. I don't put anything past these people anymore. More people know things. And not to mention, whenever I was re-listening to Lauren's interview with Ryan Fisher before all this shit hit the fan, and there was this part where Ryan Fisher said that Elder Oaks, this is before Elder Oaks became the now current active Mormon prophet, living prophet, okay, of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. But he really, according to Ryan, loves Tom Harrison, aka Visions of Glory. And don't forget that Glenn Beck also had a copy of Visions of Glory sitting on his desk. So it's everywhere. I think we need to worry about Visions of Glory's influence on especially these people. Are they all programmed? What's going on here? So it was no longer, let's see, where was that? And by June 2017, the 912 Project website itself was no longer extant. In an interview before the 2016, which is Trump, right, U.S. presidential election, Beck stated that while the 912 Project had often been conflated with the Tea Party movement, I'm sorry, wrong point I was elaborating on, it had actually been set up in opposition to it. Interesting. That sounds like some controlled opposition shit right there. Wasn't Lori's dad part of the not Boston, or whatever, I don't know what it's called, the Tea Party movement? I don't even know what the hell it does. Local organizations, individuals in a number of locations in the United States formed organizations and chapters based with the 912 Project. The aim of such groups was to get the public active in keeping elected officials accountable to voters and taxpayers. For instance, in Murphy, North Carolina, a meeting of self-proclaimed 912 Project members was held on August 29, 2009, quote, to plan how to elect their own representatives to the U.S. House and decrease the size and control of the federal government over the lives of American people, unquote. The event was attended by, quote, more than 325 people, unquote. Another event in Salt Lake City, Utah, on September 12th, 2009. I wonder if George, whatever his face, was there. I'm just saying. Oh my gosh. 9/12/9. Oh no, this was a ritual date, y'all. That's what I get. Nowhere else did they write that out. 9/12/9. Remember how I said it earlier, but it wasn't written out like that? And then it just happens to be in Salt Lake City on September 12th, which is 9, which is 12, which is 2009, which is, then they wrote 9/12/9. That's all I'm saying. Significance. Featured several speakers from activists to conservative public officials. Over 2,000 activists were reportedly in attendance. The 912ers, which is interesting. So 912ers, right? As members of the 912 movement were sometimes called, also attended various Tea Party protests. Among those are the Tax Day protests on April 15th. I'm sure Barry was like all in it, all in there like swimwear. 2009, the July 4th, 2009 Independence Day Tea Party protests or rituals. And the September 12th, 2009, 9/12/9 Taxpayer March on Washington. The project also had a presence at other September 12th, 2009 Tea Party protests in cities all across America, from Tampa to Salt Lake City to Fort Worth. Okay. Sorry. Members of certain 912 project chapters held a nationwide protest in front of various news media buildings on October 17th, 2009. Dubbed, quote, Operation Can You Hear Us Now, unquote, the project was started with the aim of protesting against a liberal bias in the mainstream media and called for more honest reporting in journalism. I'll be quiet. One 912 member from Long Island said of the reasons behind this event that, quote, news media are not the fourth branch of government. We, the people, are. Sounds like that inversion they're doing. I don't owe the government owns me, okay? Sounds like what Joe was saying. I was so disturbed, or I was really bothered by recently, before going to CrimeCon. Joe started saying things like, or it was leading up to, like, it was a buildup. He started just basically considering himself as a journalist, as a media, as a reporter, as boots on the ground, as like he went and got the certificate, the diploma, earned the degree. Like, okay. And I say this because Chad and Lori's belief system, right? That was allegedly provided by Ian. Okay. Remember all that weird stuff? Well, on there, it said that Chad, they basically believe if you think of it, okay, if you can think of it, then it's real. So, I mean, Chad, he said that he didn't have a proper procedure or process for this fellowship from the church. So, therefore, he still just considers himself a member of the church, even though I have the letter, so it's like not accepting guilt. It's like not accepting that a fault of their own. I know I'm going kind of deep with it, but still, it's kind of the same concept. News media are the people's established institutions designed to facilitate the flow of information, which is interesting, especially if you consider yourself media, Joe Schmoe. It just kind of bothered me, like, okay, you're a YouTuber, like, that doesn't mean that I get to go and look at the teleprompter and read at the news desk, you know. That's not how that works. So it just was kind of different. Kind of struck me. Designed to facilitate the flow, and that's interesting. Designed to facilitate the flow of information, not just from government to the people, but from the people, a self-governing people, to the government we employ. Unquote. That's wild. So you can look at these Gadsden flag, Patriot movement, American exceptionalism, Tea Party movement. Okay, gotta do some of these. Okay. I think that's the same thing. Hold on. Yeah, it is. Hold on. Let me do this. This is what AI gave me. A conservative. So the 912 Project is a conservative activist group founded by Glenn Beck in 2009, sought to unite Americans based on what Beck described as 9 principles and 12 values. The organization is now defunct. Is it? Because I heard it got kicked back into gear to raise money for Charlie Kirk, his wife. Okay. Hamilton 912 watch movement. Okay. Then there's Porsche 912. All right. Nothing to do with that. It's about a watch. It's about a car. Watch car. Come on. So these are some articles. I just didn't get to dig into them now, but this is where it led me. Belief in the 7 Mountain Mandate appears to be growing in the last year, and that was May 13th, 2024. Religion, public blog, or whatever. Spectrum, the 7 Mountains Mandate, Christian Dominionism's Playbook, March 25th, 2025. I also got to look into this. So this was, it pulled up some PDFs that were like, this is the justice, whatever, .gov. And it says the authors shown below in this 540-page document used federal funds provided by the U.S. Department of Justice and prepared the following final report. And it has to do with pre-incident. Let me read this. Pre-incident indicators of terrorist incidents, the identification of behavioral, geographic, and temporal patterns of preparatory conduct. Okay. Oh, Paxton. Brent L. Smith, Kelly R. Damphusi. I don't know how to say that. Pouse. I'm thinking of Delahousie here, but Paxton Roberts, May 2006. So I got to check that out. And this is another one, Surfaces and Beyond, the political, ideological, and economic significance of ancient Maya iron ore mirrors, which is interesting because it reminds me of Starkey Farms, where she taught me this. She is not Mormon, and neither am I. But about the mirrors, I knew that the mirrors in the temple, in the celestial room, when they're sealing whatever, like I believe Lori and Chad did because Chad wrote about it. It's been corroborated. FBI testimony, all kinds of things, church records. But the mirrors face each other, causing a portal, right? I mean, I've heard that before. And so I thought that was like the end of it. And I thought maybe that was for time and eternity, when they're sealed for time and eternity. I don't know. I've never been in there. So she really blew my mind whenever she did her research and shared it on her channel, Starkey Farms channel. Go find it, y'all. It's awesome. Eye-opening. Okay. And it just goes into the whole black magic. It's not folk magic, by the way. Don't let them fool you. It is not folk magic. It is black magic of the darkest kind. The lower keys of Solomon. Chad was actually, y'all want to know what he was doing? He was actually the sigils, all the weird Hiplos, and there are other names that were said in testimony by one of the police from Arizona or Hawaii, actually. I want to say that he was messing with. Okay. That's what he was doing. There's other evidence of this. Right before Chad's house was torn down, when Nate Eaton did the walkthrough, that again was bought by what would I say, Crossroads, which again, crossbone. Okay. That's a sacrificial ground. Anyways, I don't trust anybody. But so when Nate did the walkthrough, he went through that red building, I don't know what to call it, And it said on one wall, which I didn't know I would ever see, right, was Ray's playpen. I was like, Ray's playpen? Like the one, that's what they were saying, that Chad and Lori were code talking with one another while she was in jail and the day before they raided the property and unearthed the kids. So June 8th, 2020. Chad and Lori are talking. They're talking about the blueprints, talking about the 3% or the 5%, just those weird numbers. We're like, what? Well, I need to go listen to that again. Not now, but we need to revisit that. You got the 912ers here, right? And then you got the 5%er or the lower 95, according to Megan about Barry Cox. You got the 10%ers, 1%ers. I mean, there's all these things, right? But the blueprint, that's very either program type talk or Freemason, architect, blueprint. Okay. When Tim Ballard says that the church is going to, or something along these lines, y'all don't quote me, but they're going to drop a load of bricks on them or something. And I'm like, Freemason term. He says it somewhere else too. And I was like, oh my God, for sure. Freemason term. Bricks for a Mason, like that's what he's saying. But he's actually a Knight Templar. So there you go. He's a Templar. He's taken oaths, not just in the LDS temple, but with the secret society. And he did that he went through that Templar ceremony in 2015, along with that guy that's on Chosen, the Jonathan guy. I mean, not together, but they both did that the same year. So did Paul Hutchinson, so did Sean Reyes, and so did Eduardo Verestegui. So that was off the top of my head. Anyways. Yeah, we gotta do some digging. I don't even know if this is in English. Yeah, it is. Another thing. What is the Seven Mountains Mandate and how is it linked to political extremism in the U.S.? This was July 8th, 2025. What is the Seven Mountains Mandate and how is it linked to political extremism in the U.S.? July 10th, 2025. Sorry, read this. Grab screenshots. Oh, here we go, y'all. Oof. All right, ready? Real quick. Glenn, this September 22nd, same day that Lauren went to court, same day that it's the same day Joseph Smith, allegedly was met in the woods by an angel of light, basically telling him about the golden plates, yada, yada, yada. And then it's also when Chad Daybell claimed that Tammy's grandmother would visit him and, get after Tammy and say, hey, girl, quit playing them games on your phone and get to doing your genealogy work. Okay. All right. So could not tell her himself. So Granny made him do it. And then this was actually talked about, this date, September 22nd, was talked about in the text messages in the FOIA docs and the Chandler investigation by Zalema and Lori, 922. And like Zalema texts Lori something along the lines of, oh, that's it. Your revelation is complete. Whatever that means. Okay. I don't know. I'm just here. But just know that JJ was either murdered on September 22nd or September 23rd. Whatever. And it's also highly an occult date, a ritualistic date. The fall solstice or whatever. I think that's what it is. Anyway, so this is interesting. I followed this link earlier, September 22nd, Glenn Beck, Facebook. Glenn Beck resurrects the 912 Project to support Charlie Kirk's family. And I'm like, oh, God dang, why? They don't ever stop. So pinned by Glenn Beck and his people, whatever. Glenn Beck resurrects the 912 Project to support Charlie Kirk's family. See the full story here. This is crazy. We'll get there. I know, I'm trying to hurry. Just interesting to read. I always read comments because they're very valuable. Okay. I can only imagine the monumental cost of securing a family's safety for the foreseeable future under all this violence and targeted threats, which are unfortunately not going to stop. This is a hardworking young family with earned wealth tied to an organization that clearly means more to them than their lives and comfort. It's vitally important for Erica Kirk to be able to carry on Charlie's work while doing everything possible to secure the safety and well-being of their precious babies. Yes, they have resources, and it would probably be so much easier for Charlie's young widow to take whatever they have accumulated, withdraw from the public eye. Don't they have a couple houses or something? Like, anyways, it doesn't matter. And live in quiet comfort. That is not who she is, and that's not what she is doing. She is carrying on with Charlie's mission. God bless her for her faithful service and strength. This person says, maybe Glenn can help pay for security for these Dems since right-wing lunatics are literally posting Democratic hit lists. I'm like, oh gosh. One of my most memorable trips to DC was the Restoring Honor event. Tag Glenn Beck. Just saying. Let's see. I'm going to try and skip through. That's whatever it was they were posting about. Crazy. Prayers. This person says he was not a Tea Party member. It was the 9/12 Project. Somebody said Glenn Beck needs to resurrect his Tea Party movement. Okay, they were okay. I just underlined some things of interest. The 9/12. Okay, I said that I think he'll be fine. Charlie Kirk had a net worth of 12 million, multiple homes, and I read his salary a few years ago was $400K plus, so I would think they'll be okay. Plus, she has her own podcast, and he just finished a book before he was assassinated. Tucker has a fund started. There are millions in there. This is September 22nd. This is like not how many days? September 10th, I want to say, is when that happened. And so this is like 12 days later. Millions. Tucker Carlson has like, how much does Glenn Beck have? Being raised. Like, what's really going on here, y'all? It's okay to question. I know it's not comfortable, but it's okay to question. In Delaware, California, a minister just resigned. Okay, I don't want to read all that. I don't quite understand it all. Or Lyman, I thought that last name was interesting. As the Bible says, this is what I'm saying, where I think they're talking about things, or could be. I'm not paranoid. Okay, I don't think they're talking about me, but I do know that they talk about these things in scripture using, I will be like Nephi and so will you. Oh, it's just, Lori trying to claim to the court in Arizona that it was just a motivational. She said it was a motivational quote. I will be like Nephi, I'm told, and so will you. And everybody gets murdered. And she's like, it's a motivational quote. Yeah, it's not. So, depends on what day we're on, right? So this is interesting. If they don't accept the gospel you are preaching, that's what the Bible says, according to this person, shake the dust off your feet and go to where the people have the hunger, heart, and ears to hear the gospel. As the Lord told me once, this is interesting. Remember the whole concept of separating wheat from tares, separating Tylee and JJ, Charles, Tammy, I believe Joe too, Brandon potentially, my mom potentially, anybody that was an obstacle of their, not just their frolicking and laying out by the pool in Hawaii, y'all. This is what they were. This is what they sacrificed them for. Okay. Pisses me off. Remember how the Wi-Fi said too many kids, and the Wi-Fi network was like anti-Lamanite, which is anti-dark. Okay. Raccoon when referring to Tylee. A coon. I'm a coon ass from Louisiana, but it's also a racial slur. Okay. When you just say coon, it means a racial slur for a black person. Coon is dark. Getting it? Emma Daybell had posted on her community wall, not community, her cover photo for Facebook after like the heat was on, right? Media, kids weren't found yet. She put a cover photo of 2 raccoons in a fucking canoe. Is she have the same belief system as her daddy and maybe not so much a follower? Yeah. She was raised that way. It appears. Okay. So I know. Okay, so here we go. Wheat and tares. Ish. As the Lord told me once, don't tug at unripe fruit. It's not ready for harvest. He needs his workers, or gatherers, whatever you want to call them, out in the field where the harvest is ripe and catch the ripe fruit. I know you're like, Kresha, it's Bible, whatever, this person's perception of the Bible or whatever. Okay, sure. I mean, yeah, that too is possible, but I've also seen it inverted. And then I see evidence of the inversion, and that's my dead family members. Just saying, just consider it. You don't, it doesn't mean you have to like hook, line, and sinker. It's this way or that way. No, you have to consider these things as an option, as as an addition to, like an extension for a tool. Like it could be, I don't know, if ever I need to decide, I'll know that I have a decision. All right. So that is the work of our Savior. He is bringing the fish to the nets. Girdle up your loins, right? Are we willing to go to the side of the boat or get in the boat? Like Lori told Nate, right? Stay in the boat. Get in the boat, Nate. Lift the nets and bring the fish up for harvest. Be courageous. Be bold. Be ready for the adventures ahead. I was like, ew, I don't know what that means. We are coming out of the wilderness, headed to the promised land. That's the NWO. Don't focus on the giants in the land. Put on the armor of God and focus on our Lord. Amen. This sounds like something Melanie Gibb said. Put on the freaking armor of God. Dilemma too. So they use it. There's a kid mooning. I'm just saying. We all have voices. Lift our voices up for to Charlie for good. Okay, no. Who left the bag of idiots open? Just saying. This kind of made me sick. Anyways, do you see what's happening here? Whatever it is, it appears as an outsider looking in who's not, I have no loyalty to any of these people. Okay. So I feel for them. I'm sorry for Erica's law. I'm sorry. Just the whole thing. Okay. My thing is like, this is September 22nd, and here we are. We got Jesus holding Charlie Kirk head to head. Looks just like him, by the way, which is interesting because Val Brinkerhoff also drew Jesus, who also looked like him, made an image of him, not God. All right, so join the largest conservative movement. Here's a picture. It says, you have no idea the fire. This is a quote from Erica. The fire that has been ignited within his wife, the cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry to everyone listening tonight across America. The movement my husband built will not die. Erica Kirk says, Gateway Pundit by Margaret Flavin, whatever. Bitter dim strategist. Oh my gosh. David Axelrod voices. Okay, what are y'all talking in? Like freaking, what the hell? Liberal fear of Christians being galvanized at Charlie Kirk's memorial. There is no doubt that I had a gnat just come to my face. Charlie Kirk's work changed the face of politics on college campuses and at the ballot box. He helped young conservatives who were silenced and intimidated on campuses across the country be bold, speak out. Where did I just say that somewhere else? Be bold, speak out, and step forward loudly, proudly, and with conviction. Is this what Jason Mouse said, or did I just read this somewhere else? Right. Like in these Facebook comments. Anyways, commentary by Tracy, this guy, I guess, from Alabama. Sunday, September 21st. This is a typical response of those on the left. This is this person's opinion, y'all. I don't vote. I'm not political. I don't believe in it. Anyways, what? I forgive him in reference to the assassin who killed her best friend, and for no other reason. This is why Erica is equipped to be CEO. Is it just me, or does Charlie Kirk resemble our Savior Jesus Christ? Yeah, he does. But he didn't do it. He was dead, right? Oh, well, that one was larger. I could have read it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm taking so long. Even when they mourn, they still have time to grift the fan base. And this was my sentiments, okay? I was like, wow. Because here we are, raising money. Here we are, promoting. Here we are, quote unquote, grieving, right? Not Glenn Beck, not Tim Ballard. Nope. I will never believe it. Because there's so many things that I've seen and researched and found that point to otherwise. Like, it's an exploitative business. And I'm telling y'all, it makes me sick how much these people exploit an actual victim. Maybe not even of theirs, but of their movement, I'll just say. It's just gross. Let me kind of back out of here. I hope y'all are okay. I'm gonna read this. The 7 Mountain Mandate, also 7 Mountains Mandate, 7M, 7MM, or 7 Mountains Dominionism, is a dominionist conservative Christian ideology within evangelical Christianity, particularly independent charismatic groups. It holds that there are 7 aspects of society that believers seek to dominate: family, religion, education, media, Glenn Beck got that covered, arts and entertainment, business, and government. All right, hold on. Thanks for being patient. Yeah, here you go. Joseph Smith's Masonic apron. There you go. We got to cover that still. There's where all the money allegedly funnels into. TimothyBallard.com. Okay. That's it. I'm not going to go over this now, but we do need to go over this soon. It's the charitable spending by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, humanitarian aid, all the people, Catholic charities, refugee, United Nations, things like that. I mean, it's a little older, but it's good to know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Here's Glenn Beck. He loves doing that. Loves. That's the 666. Okay. I'm just learning these things. You can too. You can just consider them like I do. Oh yeah. Tim Ballard does it all the damn time. Here, you want to know? This is interesting.
What bothers me, the idea that
this kind of fleeked out a little bit. I don't know why my phone did this, but it did.
That these women all got together and decided to unite over something that truly could have just been behavior.
I'm
She
so
treated me bad.
disappointed.
I don't like her.
Anyways.
Moving on. Next.
Well, I'm glad you
why
have
the
it.
obsession? What bothers me, the idea that these among victims of violent crimes, particularly intimate partner femicide, 76. Okay, some people were saying that it was the stalker who actually brought it up on her TikTok channel and said, "Do you think it's weird that Kay and Larry don't have any contact with Lauren now?" She was making a speculation, and it happened to be the week before you joined Lauren in Las Vegas.
Who's you? Who is you? Who joined Lauren in Las Vegas? I mean, what are you talking about? Give me dates. Or ask Kay and Larry. Because that's not what they've reported. So
it was purely speculation, didn't have anything to do with anything. It was
according
just a
to you.
mean girl bully trying to sow division
Of course.
between, you know, Lauren and anybody else who was supporting her. And so you're right.
It reminds me of Lori being enabled. Same thing goes for Lauren. Megan, I hope you wake up, but I can't sit here and just pretend that you're not hurting my feelings, that you're not disrespecting my family, our feelings, or our freaking dead loved ones, their legacies. Like, it's nasty. I don't know.
Has nothing to do with anything, never should have been brought into it for any reason.
Yes, ma'am.
But it was part of the narrative that the stalker adopted to try.
Oh, yeah, let me shut the fuck up.
And bully Lauren. That's all. She was using it for her own purposes. Well, Case,
What
just
was your
that
role?
being a YouTube creator in this overlap space where we're behind the screen and also out in public is incredibly dangerous.
Look what it
And as I
did.
said,
That's
I've had my
freaky,
own
right?
stalking situations to deal with, and it is incredibly scary.
Look how
what
that
people
is
can do
scary what's
with
happening right
just
now.
words. Just that being a YouTube creator in this overlap
It was
space. Do you think the 9 hours is over the top?
right.
I honestly don't. Sort of a function of trying to get through all of it, having things come up in the moment, and then also talking about all of the feelings and emotions that come up, that when you have gone to the trouble to get an injunction against a stalker and they violate it as if they...
You know how easy it is to get one? Easy. It's like, I mean, just like an indictment. You can indict a ham sandwich. It's the same thing. Okay, you can kind of say, hey, do just exactly what Lauren did. Fabricate shit. And then, boom, you got a temporary restraining order. But she dropped it after that, before the text messages come out. Do you have text messages, Megan, that maybe you're worried about? That's what I'm wondering.
Just do not care. That is threatening, because they're sending you a message that, I don't care what the law says. I don't care what the judge says. I don't care that there's
same thing Lori did. Same thing you're doing.
Security guards in this hotel. And I don't care about the police whom I've already spoken to.
You don't care that you're calling her a fucking stalker, although she's not ever been charged and or for like convicted. So where is your common sense, girl? It's like outside the cult, but not quite. It's like a danger zone or something. I'm never going to fucking CrimeCon because y'all got bippity boppity over there or something. Some men in black came and zapped y'all's asses. And I'm like, I just want to know. It's freaky. I don't want to be right or wrong. I'm neither. It's not a right or wrong situation in my position. I don't think. A lot of people have, and I'm just saying the whole jealousy thing that comes from this. I'm not just saying Megan, but this culture. Okay, I go look. Y'all can go look at my comments from the first video that wasn't fucking taken down by Lauren, Hint Your Crime, John, Grayson. Okay. Silencing me, my mom, Awen Reese. Yeah, go look at the other video that was like after that. In the comment section, y'all, I need a little help. Just saying, I'm like, oh my God, I need to go through them, but I don't want to see all the shit, because you got to read them. And I like to respond to them, but it's like, how am I fucking jealous? Please tell me. And I mean, I'm being serious. I'm not trying to be like, nah, like I'm untouchable or something, or I'm not exalted. I'm not above the law. I'm not above saying when I'm right or wrong. I'm sorry, admitting when I'm wrong and being genuine and like giving a genuine apology and then correcting my behavior and not repeating it. Okay. So I understand the process and I swear, if I ever do anything wrong, I will be the first one to tell you as soon as I'm done kicking my own ass. Okay. Then tell me how people are saying like, I'm jealous. I just am jealous. Like, because I have a YouTube channel and because Lauren's is more successful or whatever. I'm like, what am I reading right now? What is your law? Like, I don't even understand. We're not in the same basket. We're not the same fruit. It's totally different situations. I didn't market myself, brand myself, target family members. I saw that for myself. I saw this couple and I thought it was weird, because I could see them in different Facebook groups at that time. Like I said, I'm very observant. And they were kind of like, I got the vibe that was like, hey, look at me. We have the bells and the whistles. Hey, yeah, get us in touch with the family, something along these lines. Okay, don't quote me, but just, and we can help them. Okay. He's a psychologist, forensic psychologist, all the credential dropping. Okay. And I'm a journalist and I'm from Idaho and those things. Okay. And I saw them coming from 100 miles away and I was just like, oh, okay. But I also found their podcast. I actually introduced their podcast to my mom. And the rest is fucking history. So just saying. That's what happens. And it's going to happen in every one of these cases, I believe. I think could possibly be worse I don't know. It could, they're equal opportunist.
What are they going to do? Now, somebody with that kind of an attitude, you never know what they're going to do next. That's
so why you want to enable, I don't know,
unpredictable behavior. It's lawlessness,
right?
It shows an ability to go beyond, to break the law, to get whatever they want, and you never know when that's going to turn violent. And it is.
I feel smarter now. Sorry. So this is going to be, I'm going to be scheduling this. This will be part 1 of Stephanie of a part 4 4-part series or episode story that we're going to start with labor trafficking, and it's hiding in plain sight. It's packaged in a white shirt with a tie, it smiles and waves. It's not these, I think she said these dark alleys, like everyone thinks. So I think it's going to surprise a lot of us. So I'm going to schedule that for Monday and we'll get going on that. And so, yeah, here, let me show a little bit of this and then we'll go. And I didn't talk nothing about freaking, I'm going to have to change my damn title and my thumbnail. So I'm sorry about that. Yeah. I'll have to do that another time. Okay. Like, I'm going to share this with you too. I just realized. So this is that transcript I ran through. That was Tom Harrison giving Tim Ballard a therapy session and ketamine treatment and true serum shit and certain commands. So it says, this is my AI. I asked it, is this reminiscent of MK Ultra technique or something? I don't know. It said, hypothetically, this does not depict a simple therapeutic session. One excerpt, y'all. It delineates a structured, pharmacologically assisted ritual conceived to forge and instill a messianic identity. It synthesizes elements of narcissistic fantasy, very apparent in all these people, religious ecstasy, and psychological technology. It represents a chillingly efficient model for potentially creating a Manchurian candidate with the messianic complex. So that Tim Ballard, priesthood blessing, telling him that he's going to be a future prophet, future president of the church. Yeah, here you go. Sponsored by Wall and Quine. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm just checking. Let me get the hell out of there. All right. Let's go. We're going to go. I know. Me too, Miss Mojo. At first I was like concerned. Now I'm pissed. I'm pissed and I'm hurt. I'm wondering, even like it feels like, and I've heard from Awen Reese, even tell me, which made it make sense to me, that Lauren had allegedly put some of the women from the Doomsday Facebook group that I was mainly involved in. It was kind of private. or at least half of it, or one part of it was, and I mean, it just was not bombarded by a bunch of snarky people. You know, anyways, so it was said by Awen that these women were allegedly put up by or asked by Lauren to just keep me within bounds, to keep me, I guess, from, acting out of line. I don't know. I have a handler, I guess. I've had a couple, it looks like, or it could be. And it's a little freaky if you look at it this way. And I'm nobody. But apparently I feel like it's like, I feel like Lauren has looked at me like a threat. And I've heard that from multiple people. And I'm like, why? I just want to, I'm not trying to own information. Like, I'm just trying to share it. You have a platform now that grew off my family. It ended up really big, big, big. So that I always looked at as a tool, as an extension of a means for me to possibly contact in the future whenever I need it, if I ever need it, and say, and I look at this to everybody, news organizations, the little few connections I've made, where I always kind of have somebody in my back pocket where if ever I need to reach a big audience, a wide audience, then I can reach out as an extension to have a bigger voice. Okay. So that's how I looked at Lauren and Hidden True Crime. That's what I mean, because it became that. It was very little, then it became monstrous. And I was like, oh shit. So I can't really burn bridges because I may potentially in the future need that. So who thinks they're above others, me or them? I don't know. They appear to be. It sucks. Yeah. I don't know. Or I don't know, because Lauren comes from the same ward as Tom Harrison, as Brenda and Dick Miles, as Elizabeth Smart, and I think she named some other people in her Mormon Stories podcast interview. I was like, wow. I'm just saying, it just seems plausible that, like, ever since she exposed herself and she's burning her false effing kingdom down, blah, blah, blah. We watched her. I watched her. I supported. I was like, not burning it down, but I was there. I was there. I wanted to believe her. That's how I start out. I tried to believe a victim. Okay. I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. Okay. So this may repeat throughout my life. Okay. But until they give me a reason not to. And then I actually posted the interview with Duty Ron. He's never supported me. I know who comes in, Kathy, with Left Undone. She's always supported. Awen, she would have been here. I do believe she's been here all the times that she was back in the community. I mean, I never felt this way towards Awen or anybody. She didn't wrong me. Like, she didn't cross me, she didn't hinder me. She didn't make me send super chats to be acknowledged. She didn't strike my goddamn videos. Okay. Of me and my mom and Awen talking out to be spiteful. Nothing is in there that is hers. In the window of time that she struck me is pictures of sporadically showing my parents sitting around the kitchen table, where they podcast, right? With Larry picking his arm because I don't know. They're vulnerable, like, I don't know. Aggravating. Anyways, they posed as friends. That's how they position themselves. Friends that, want to help, but also have these credentials and, trust us. But then now you got to worry about, I mean, these are your worst fucking moments. it's like, it's so betraying. And I mean, I really look up to Gigi big time. Actually, have something pretty big in the future. Just know that. And it's the first time I've ever been offered. That's all I can say. I'm just like, wow, cases are over. The influence is over as far as molding the minds of people who are actually eyes on at that time. Strike while the iron's hot, right? That's fucking common sense. She knows she's in PR. Lauren's a PR. She was effective. And I think it sucks because so much more, I believe, could have come out. Lauren appeared, in my opinion, to only dig just deep enough. She landed all those interviews too. And I was like, oh, it's because she was Mormon. You know, she cried about her. She was being, she felt persecuted. That's what I gathered from it. A video she did early on on her channel where she was just crying about her church. And I'm just like, but lady, like I lost respect for her right then and there. Because I was like, okay, I'd already started digging into this church and behind Lori and Chad. And I feel like I've been like screaming at the top of my lungs into a barrel or something. No one ever saying, oh my God, Kresha. Oh, wow. That's, I never thought of that. Let me go track that down. You know, do you want to can you help me feel part of something? Like, this is so much to carry. And Mom sent me a post from X or Twitter or whatever. She loves Twitter or X or whatever. She told me that the other day. It made me kind of giggle. But Mom had sent me a screenshot or a post. I didn't go to it yet, but it says Frank Vegas 3982, one and only Wade. And they tagged Mom at Woodcock K1. What? John DeLynn decides who to invite onto his show. Very weird. Listen to this. Okay. Let me know. Very weird for Kresha to be bitter at Lauren because Kresha was not invited onto the Mormon Stories podcast show. Did Kresha even develop a relationship with DeLynn? I'm like, okay. I what? I'm not Mormon, but I do have a Mormon story, right? But they seem to already have that covered, right? With Megan, with Lauren. So I don't know who said it. I mean, besides I don't know how Twitter works, but Mom just sent me the link. I'm not pushing it. Frank Vegas 3982, and then at one and only Wade to my mom. They tag my mom. And it's from Kate at loveandvainx.com. I don't know who these people are. But I mean, very weird for Kresha to be bitter. I'm not. At Lauren because Kresha was not invited onto the Mormon Stories podcast show. Did Kresha even develop a relationship with DeLynn? I mean, why don't you tag me? Just saying. Mom was like, post I was tagged in. Figure it's yours to answer. I love y'all. So anyways, just saying, this is that kind of the whatever. I don't know. I'll look at it later. And it could be nothing. I could be making it bigger than what it is. But it just is like, what? Bitter. I mean, you got the man. And I appreciate what I've learned. But I've actually learned way more, by putting things together myself. So, but from that platform, I've gone and found things and started talking about them. Nobody would pick it up. Nobody would repeat it. Nobody would even say Lori and Chad's names. Not at all. I donated. I super chat. I participated in the freaking, you know how I am. I like to cut up in the comments. And here I was supporting Bill Real, Radio Free Mormon. I mean, I was like, I don't even know what degree of Mormon they are. Are they ex-Mormon? Are they Mormon? this is what I would do because I didn't know. They all talked about Joseph Smith and things and all those things. Foreign to me, foreign. But then anyways, I started to learn what ex-Mormon and Mormon meant, or Orthodox and conservative and all these weird labels and stuff. And it's just like, what? This is foreign to me. Thank you. I know. I wish I would have been sharper today, and maybe more not as long. It is a spectrum. Oh my God, it's a spectrum. But I don't know. I love you people. You guys are amazing. And I appreciate you so much. I really do. Anyways, I'm gonna try not to cry. I do. I really thank you guys. Oh shit, there's starred things. Oh my gosh. Look, I say I really love you guys. Ashley's like, hey Ashley, beautiful Ashley. Ashley Kane, thank you for your super chat. She says, do not ever apologize, Kresha. You know you have to do this to talk through it. You have to get through it. Well, you got to get through it to get to it, right? Love you, love you. Love you too, Ashley. And I mean, this was from when I started at 155. I'm so sorry. This is like 15 years later. But it's good to see your face. I just heard somebody pill out. And thank you for becoming a new member. Yes, Jess. Welcome aboard this crazy ass ride to the NWO, I guess. I don't know. Hey, real body. I don't know how to say your name. Move on. New member. Thank you for becoming a new member. And I remember Jay mentioning your name. And anyways, hi, I'm Kresha. How are you? And Miss Mojo Rising. Thank you, Miss Mojo, to you and your beau. Appreciate you. What happened to her leaving that morning show? Who? That was so long ago. I'm so sorry. $4.99. This was morning show. Lauren, I guess. I don't know. Let me know. Love to hear. This is Cynthia Dawn, 5806. Love to hear from you, Kresha. Good to hear from you too. Thank you for your $10 super chat and for being a member as well. I see your little symbol there. Speaking of symbols, right? Hey. Oh God, you're changing your name again. Or is it the same? Lou Boopta Boot. Y'all, I can't. My mouth does too many damn exercises with these damn Aleister Crowley inverted words and stuff that they try to. That's how I learned what it was. I was like, I'm not saying you're doing that, little brains. I'm just saying. I'm like, my mouth does not work like that. I'm reading like Melanie Gibbs stuff, Chad stuff out loud. Read out loud. And you'll know. You'll know it's some backwards ass shit. You're like, no. I don't do the inversion. Anyways, and then thank you again, Granny Weatherwax. Thank you for your support and your advice. And Unsolved Amy Boston, I've seen you around too. Thank you for gifting 5 difficult research memberships. I don't want to ever sound like somebody that is commercialized. So I feel weird saying, oh, thank you. I don't know. It just makes me feel like a traitor. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But thank you again for supporting my mission. Thank you, mods, too, by the way, before I forget. Mabel Dragon says, do you think some in the true crime community have labeled you as crazy or not credible? Because usually I get the feeling from the Cox and Mormon side of YouTube. No, I don't know. Maybe they probably do, because I always feel like I have to talk about, I don't have to, I choose to, because obviously a lot of people don't choose to talk about this crazy shit. It's crazy. I sound crazy, but it's not my crazy. I know. I know that sounds crazy. I don't have another word. But I've asked my fiance, I'm like, Jason, am I going effing crazy right now? I'll read whatever to him, show him what I just found all these years now. And I mean, he's been through this whole journey and process with me. And I'm like, please don't ever feel shy. Call me the hell out. Okay. You shake some sense into me if I'm ever like checking the hell out. Okay, dude. So we have an agreement, and I have wonderful people around me that aren't yes men or yes women. That's important. I don't believe this stuff. So it's like, I just share it. So they probably do label me all kinds of things. I mean, Lauren labeled me just in that little screenshot. It was something like I was hypocritical. And she said I was destructive. But what I have to say to that is, you didn't see me on a 9-hour live, almost damn near today, but you didn't see me on a 9-hour live fabricating a whole orchestrating, like trying to create evidence and create this whole diversion that will try and give plausible deniability in the future for whenever those text messages do get to come out, and her and Lauren's exposed for what the hell she said and did and backstabbed. And it's not just us. I heard it's not just the victims. It's also other creators, other, colleagues. She blackballed herself. It's like, what? Anyways, so destructive and hypocritical. I point the mirror at her. But I think they sound conspiratorial, though. I remember, just hearing Dr. John spinning that the other day. I was like, what the is going on? Like, that makes me feel crazy because I'm like, I need them to just be like normal. Like now that the table's turned and I'm out and I feel freed from under her thumb that I didn't even know I was under. I just wanted to tell my parents for once, like what I experienced. And then by this time I already forgot, and that sucks on them. That sucks on them. It says a lot about them, because if you really are trying to help, and if he really is that type of educated, credentialed guy in the forensic psychology field, it's like, isn't that what you do? Or I don't know. Aren't you supposed to help people? Aren't you supposed to like understand the mind, especially under trauma or these kind of things? It just, I don't know. Aren't you supposed to recognize a guy like RA, who's in extreme distress, who looks like he's being tortured maybe, or isolated, or just not treated well? Anyways, these are things that I'm like, I don't too much trust in their judgment at all. Like, it seems like, when did they start going on a spiral? Or did anybody notice a time when they started to kind of, or were they always like this? Man, I don't have time to go and look all their stuff up too, but I know it connects. Sucks. Long answer, and not even really an answer. I'm sorry about that. Do you think I think they all labeled me that way, because Lauren labeled me. I mean, she don't know me, how's she going to say me in the Elma? They allegedly, and I saw there is source for this. Okay. Of Dr. John allegedly, I'm saying it because I'm covering my ass because I wasn't there, diagnosing my friend as a psychopath. And then also she was hacked and has just, it's been like hell for her. And it was effective in creating a rift between us too, because how do you help somebody that he said it looks like an invisible problem, but it's affecting them, but like I'm over here in Lake Charles, she's over there in Salt Lake, and I'm just like, leave the fucking state, like hurry up, get the hell out of there. I don't know. It's hard to help somebody that, like myself, don't know how to tell you how I need help. And same for her. And so I felt like it was my fault that she was even being targeted. And it may have been, now that I think about it, for being my friend and because of my relation to the Daybell case. And obviously needing to be shut up. Was Megan sent to me because of Lauren? I mean, she always plugged Lauren's show. Never. I'm just saying what I noticed. I don't care. Right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm still going to do what I do. Still wake up every morning, every day, do the same damn thing. Um, I don't owe an allegiance to anybody, you know, nope, 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 nope. But I'm trying to think back, you know, why did Megan show up on the scene at around the time of Lori's trial? And I mean, I understand the story is that, thank you, Shelley. The story I got was that Megan was deconstructing and leaving the church and all that. And she said that she didn't really follow the case in the beginning. So I'm like, did she ever go back to the beginning and like learn from the beginning, or she just jump in and she's just really good at talking, cause I really appreciated her for that. I felt like she effectively, like if I would say something to her, like I'm the one that sent that to her. And then hold on. The thing that I included of Megan's, at my Uncle Charles's, victim impact statements, okay? And I wanted to include something from Megan because she wasn't able to give a victim impact statement, right? Right. And I appreciated her. Right? Well, there was like June of 2025. So July is whenever Lori was sentenced, July 25th, 2025. And June, it was like June. I have this text message, right? But I'd sent her a text message and I was like, hey, this is really weird, Let me find it. That way I can talk and be accurate. I know, keep you on here a little longer, sorry. Let's see. I have a lot of text messages. Let's see. Megan. Here we go. June of July 23rd, July 22nd, July 10th. Okay. Almost there. Come on. A lot of damn pictures. June 13th. Anyways, I mean, it's right here, so I just gotta focus on it, so I can't really talk. Okay, here it is. June 5th. Thursday, June 5th at 4:54 p.m. I text Megan. I'm watching your morning live stream. This is during the trial. And am just getting to the part when you switch to law and crime. Oh, Lord. Live coverage. And I want you to know you're not alone in your thoughts, blah, blah, blah. All right. This whole experience has not been easy. In fact, I'm not reading ahead, y'all. I'm sorry. It's been one of the most difficult and challenging times in my entire life, but it's always a relief to know that I'm not alone in this situation because of people like you who have been affected by Lori and her cohorts and that's not what I wanted to read, y'all. I'm not going to sit here and be vulnerable again. She might have taken advantage of that already. So I put in your live stream video at around the 51-minute timestamp, Trina says Lori logged into her own Google account under lollytimeforever@gmail.com, and it struck me. Is there any chance that Janice and Barry maybe led Lori to believe that she is her dead sister, Laura, reincarnated? You see what I'm saying? But then, yeah, it kind of got morphed into an idea that came from Megan and her friend. I don't know. Whatever. I don't own information, and I definitely don't want to own that sick-ass theory. Just saying. But I did read part of Megan's victim impact statement that she wrote that, she wasn't going to be delivering it in front of the court, but she was going to be able to read it outside of court. And so she sent it to me that morning. I didn't have enough time. I don't know how to do things fast. I just don't react fast anymore. I'm very like sluggish and I hate it. But and I had to drive, and my fiance's handicapped, and there's a lot that goes into this. Plus I had my 8-year-old. But so I'm literally throwing stuff from her statement that she sent me that morning while I'm sitting in the jury box with my family, waiting to go up, right? I don't know what order. There was Larry, Colby, and then I think it was me after that. Anyways, just saying, I just kind of grabbed stuff out of her victim impact statement, her personal one, and threw it in there, and that just so happened to be included in there. And I was like, oh Lord. I mean, I didn't read it ahead of time. I just kind of threw it in. So I was like, oh my God, I don't even know what I'm reading right now. I'm reading it out loud. But anyways, it was just kind of interesting that, so I said, where's it at? That's some long ass text. I write books. Okay, so yeah, I heard Trina say Lori logged into her own Google account under Lolly Time Forever is what got me, because Lori used to have the passwords of 5 kids forever, just for common accounts and stuff. Mom had that master list or whatever, or I don't know that for sure. So this Lolly Time Forever, they called Laura Lolly, and I already had heard that Lori told Tylee that she was the reincarnate of Stacy, Lori's other dead sister, right? So it's like, okay, and kind of goes with the theme, right? Just throwing that out there. Okay, so I'm gonna finish reading it. Is there any chance that Janice and Barry maybe led Lori to believe that she is her dead sister Laura's reincarnate, under the understanding that Lori has spewed the same thing about Tylee being Stacy's reincarnate, and Chad told Dilemma that JJ would be Colby's future child reincarnated? It's not a far stretch under this same type of belief. In fact, there are actual rituals, and I'm going to have to look up the name of, I think it's like Moon something, I don't know. The actual ritual that has been reported by other SRA survivors, to which spawn from Aleister Crowley, and that have the same exact belief or expectation or whatever. I'm dying to know your thoughts, and if I need to, I'll elaborate more about what I mean by this. Love you, girl. I'm always here. Likely going through similar emotions as you and me don't have to go through this alone. And that, oh my God, I need to shut up sometimes. I'm just running on. Anyways, she texted me back with, love you so much. I don't know about Janice and Barry telling Lori that. It makes my head spin. That was it. Until I saw it in the victim impact statement from Megan. I don't know. Whatever. Oh, God dang. Oh my gosh. Okay. I need to know thank you for your super chat. We are going to get going though. But for real, I'd rather set it up to where I know, and that way I can have it worked in. But I mean, if you want to the next time, I'll definitely be expecting, and I'll be able to plan for it. JJ's little friend. Oh my gosh. JJ's little friend I met has told me about him. What? The impact of others' actions will continue through your families and others the rest of their lives. That is very interesting and very real, it's very nice. Comforting. Thank you, Lottie. I appreciate that. Oh, and thank you, Puzzle Pieces. Good to see you. Where you been? Have you been around? And I just haven't seen you. It's good to see you. Thank you for your super sticker. And hey, Diamond Dave, I feel so choppy, right? Like I need to go to bed or something. Loving the live and deep dive. Really glad I stumbled on this channel. Let me know if you want me to hop on. Great chat this morning too. I don't know if you email me at Kresha0123 at Gmail or at trahan.kresha1 at gmail.com. I'm going to look in both, and I'm going to be looking for the name Dave. So I think I'll be looking for your tag here, but, and maybe we can, kind of coordinate before the next one. I'd love to have you on. Thank you also. Thank you, Carolina. So beautiful. Hope you're doing well, because they lived in her ward. Absolutely, they did. You know it. I wonder if this cracked me up. I wonder if my brother gets into any of this LDS stuff. I'm afraid to ask. I think he is a diet Mormon. And I was like dying laughing. Okay. Cause that's what I do. You're funny. Miss Michelle Matters. Okay. Thank you for becoming a new member. Difficult research, and Diamond Dave again. I think, or am I doing this backwards? More support for your awesome channel, still free if you'd like to have me on. I think hopefully I'm not doing this backwards. Thank you again. I'm gonna have to brush through these. Carolina Hurtado, I'm so sorry, but happy that you are finally being seen. Your research is important. Thank you. Thank you for seeing that and for supporting me all this time, even in the shadows, right? Appreciate you. And Wellington Noda 5501. Thanks to be here. You are awesome. Much love from Brazil. You are awesome. Beautiful koala bear. Okay. Love to have you here. And thank you, Kimberly Porter. Oh, you're so sweet. God dang. I am blushing right now, y'all. I don't ever expect these. Okay, but I appreciate it. I do. We do. We appreciate this. I need to have a mod live or something where they can do that too. We can help give them a little bingo money or something. No, I'm kidding. Whatever they want to spend it on. If you need more research into occult books, I have plenty of them. I can provide context. Seems like some people are using them nefariously. Chad Daybell. Okay. I actually ran into the, what's it called? The Agrippa, which it was, yeah. I found that written on a sign when Nate was doing the walkthrough, which I didn't finish the story, of Chad Daybell's house the day before it was torn down and then bought by Crossroads, which is kind of like Crossbones. But anyways, there was this sign and it was like handwritten on top of that. And it was like something about, oh, don't make me lie. I can't think of it. Something about calf heaven. And I was like, what? So while he was live, I actually like Googled it right then and there. And it led me to some Agrippa, Agrippa. Don't know, because it's way, I just can only get into so much. So I will take you up on your offer, and we already have an email conversation going on. So I appreciate it. Appreciate what you've sent me thus far. It's very, very enlightening. Very eye-opening. So yeah, I'm down. Love it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Joe Schmoe was on another panel. I mean, he did not know Laura Matthias that well, but yet there is a video of Laura and Matthias introducing him as her cameraman. I find it interesting too, and I'm not throwing anything on Joe per se, but I mean, I heard this from the horse's mouth, literally. Lauren said this on her 9-hour diatribe, where she's like, and people are, she said, you're gonna, or how'd she say it? I'm hearing, or you're gonna hear people out there saying, or my stalker saying, whatever she says, that she had an affair and it was with her cameraman, the one in Idaho or whatever, that was her cameraman when she did the ping videos. I forget which trial it was during, but just saying, I was just like, oh, I mean, what's the thing with the cameraman and the cameramans, you know? Anyways, didn't you have Megan too to do the camerawoman's? Thank you. Anyways, thank you so much for your $5 super chat. Appreciate it. And yes, for the question. It's interesting, right? CA says Lauren is going to participate in a post-Mormon event in St. George, February 20th through 22nd, hosted by Mormon Stories. Is she Mormon or not? Look, so Nonsense, there's a channel named Nonsense, and she is very knowledgeable in this very same type of movement. It's a relief. I appreciate everything she does. Like I didn't find her till Tim Ballard's stuff, lawsuits started coming in and everything. So glad she's on it right now. So kind of bouncing back and forth. She's been digging more into Lauren. Like if ever since the trials ended, I was able to kind of not have to watch her, kind of like I don't have to watch Nate anymore. You know, like, all right. I used to have to make myself watch Lauren because of I'll say my problematic history with her, not trusting her, like seeing through her, seeing how she used my family members to, prop herself up during chats, to like brandish them as if they're like some kind of trophy, like, hey, this endorsement by, like the family endorses me. So therefore, what does that say for somebody, a viewer following the case? It's like, oh, if Kay and Larry and Colby, and all the other people, if they can, if they endorse Lauren and John, well, I mean, then I can trust them too, right? It's so freaky. But didn't she like cancel this past one or something for Thrive? And does anybody else find it freaking weird or a coincidence that you have Thrive and Strive? Like Hidden Productions, like the whole, I don't know, there's all kinds of weird shit going on. The LLCs and 2009, which is interesting year, right? 2009, how's Hidden Productions unless they change the name? Does anybody know how to look up or find an easier way to look up a paper trail, like for name changes and things like that? Maybe the business was established in 2009. This one particularly that I'm talking about, Hidden Productions. John actually says it in the video he did after when they're reacting to the diatribe, the 9-hour video. And well, but him and Lauren didn't like meet and marry until like what, 2016, I think. So how are you gonna name your it's actually like Hidden Productions, and if you like, the meaning of hidden is occult. So if you say Occult Productions or Cult True Crime, that makes sense to me. I'm like, oh, hiding in plain sight. That's, you know what I mean? Like that's how you could take it and flip it around. So Thrive is like John DeLynne's thing, and Strive, I Strive was something that John and Lauren are into. I don't know. I got to familiarize myself with it a lot more. I sound like an idiot right now. I need to go to bed. Lauren's, yeah. So thank you for that. We'll be keeping tabs, but yeah, if you go over to Nonsense, she has been really going into Lauren's interviews with Mormon Stories podcast and other things too. So I've been more focused on my aunt and my former aunt Lori and all their movement, but Lauren is appearing to be more and more like a possible next generation type supporter. I don't know, or member or whatever. There's something in there. There's something there. We're gonna find it though, because that's what we do. But thank you, and we'll keep our eyes out. All right, y'all. I've kept y'all here way too long, so yeah. Thank you, Hidden Gems. Gems are welcome here too. We all F up. We all believe people. We all get duped, and it doesn't feel good. Does not. Ooh. Yeah, that's the name, Lindsay. Lindsay Hendricks, you are so... I just want to like tump you over and just get all the knowledge out of your brain, girl. Because I'm like, how long has Lindsay been doing this? Girl. I don't remember all these things prior to all this. So I would love to talk to you. Come on whenever you're ready. Whenever. And you too, Robbie. Like their inability to think critically is why they like to resort to petty, superficial insults. Right. It's like comfortable or, I don't know, skin deep. I don't know. Woo, CrimeCon. A hell of a drug, right? And it's backed by, oh no, yeah. Oh, it's nefarious. I can't believe that shit, y'all. CrimeCon, I'm going to boycott this shit. Like, holy crap. I wrote my mom a whole long book the other night about CrimeCon and how I hate the fact that they were exploited there. Whether or not she feels it or not, I know it looks like to me this is how it works for other people at CrimeCon too. So we just gotta look out for people. Oh my gosh. Money? What? Robbie? No, wait, what? Let me see. No. Cell phone ping video and whoa. What? What? You cannot. I might have it screen recorded. Like, I know. I need to find the screen recording. I have a lot, especially of Lori and Lauren, because again, what was happening at that time. And I'm gonna do that. That's what I'm gonna do after this. And then I have a Yellowstone video, but there were ping videos that Lauren did after. You know, they weren't in Yellowstone, but it was like it would be the stretch of highway or whatever between Yellowstone and Lori's apartment. And there were like 2. And I know for sure I shared one on a live stream. I might want to go cut that out before I get struck. Right now that I'm saying it. Woo! Don't give her any ammo. All right, we're gonna go look. But yeah. All right, so I'm gonna start publishing some things, and they're gonna be random things. You'll be like, "What in this girl is crazy?" Maybe so, but I'm crazy fun and I'm loyal. So, you know, I know it wasn't. It was. Oh my gosh, it was real. It was fun, but it wasn't real fun. But thank y'all so much for being here. Have a good Friday night, and I'll see you guys Sunday for our regular scheduled unprogram. We won't say a program. Sunday, and then we'll schedule again for Monday, and we'll start there with Stephanie's story. So I look forward to seeing you guys soon. So justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Love all these twins. You guys are proof. Bye. Don't forget critical thinking skills.